Easy, Max Schilling and Jared IAME Sri Lanka last week, and Joshua Tan in the Fireball Motorsport machine. 19 drivers taking to the circuit for this one, and it is for groups B versus D, the last heat for these two groups before their super heat later this morning on what is turning out to be a very misty start to the day here at LYL. It's going to be a tricky one, that is for sure, as all of the competitors are very readily aware of just how tricky the circuit is likely to get over the course of the day. 70% chance of rain to hit the circuit at some stage. So it's definitely going to be a tricky one. And we'll certainly have some big challenges ahead of us on this just over 1,500 meter circuit. 23 corners around the turns. And it will certainly be a busy day at the races with so many top-level competitors in the field. Starting the day, of course, with our youngest drivers, the cadets, age 8 to 12. And they are definitely going to be giving us plenty of excitement in their run-up to the finals this afternoon. There is a championship battle on, of course, as well. Max Schilling and Cruz Priello battling it out, as well as Shabal Basalama trying to keep his title hopes alive with 2 rounds still to go. You've got to remember, of course, that the championship points have only started being scored since qualifying. It's 36 points maximum from a weekend, 1 point for the pole position in qualifying. That went the way of Jaden Aria. And then, of course, the other remaining 35 points, 10 points for getting pole position after the superheat, and the other 25 points for winning the final. 36 points available in one weekend. It's a fairly decent lead for Max Schilling. All he's got to do mathematically is outscore Cruz Priello by 3 points to lift the title. But this is Cadet X30. Anything can happen, and it probably will. It's going to be a very exciting battle, especially with Schilling and Priello on the same bit of racetrack. They had a handshake this morning over breakfast. They're very good friends off the circuit. On the circuit, nobody has any friends. You race each other relentlessly. But of course, it's still got to be fun. It's still got to be enjoyable. And the drivers at this tender young age, 8 to 12 years of age, are just getting started on their racing journey. For some, it's a hobby. For some, it's a lifetime. But for all of them, it should still remain exciting, enthralling, and very good fun indeed. Love the fact that we've still got Max and Cruz even playing together on the build-up to this race. Yes, you would never even know that they were in a title fight. They are very, very good chums. And all of the drivers in the cadets, mainly on the whole, they all pretty much play with each other at various different games, whether it's playing around on the virtual reality suite here at LYL, whether it's football round the back, whether it's esports, whether it's mucking around on the golf range, or even just mucking about around the backs of the restaurants. They're all enjoying each other's company, and it's the atmosphere, it's the vibes that give this place such a fantastic camaraderie. Cadet X30, the starting point for many racing drivers' journey. And of course, in X30, so many careers have been spawned and started in recent years, including the likes of Isaac Hajar, Kimi Antonelli, Oliver Behrman, and Gabriel Bortoletto. They all started in the world of X30 at cadet level, and all of them have managed to make it to the world of Formula One from there. So, very impressive to see what their futures hold, especially all of the drivers here on the grid. But pole position, going the way of Jaden Aria, did a fantastic job to put himself into position. It's been a very exciting weekend for everybody in the Indonesian contingent. Mohamed Farwibowo getting a couple of victories yesterday as well. So certainly been an exciting one all the way through. The ultimate pole position, of course, went the way of the 26, Carson Choi, but certainly some good battles. He got the bonus point, by the way, for getting the pole position, so he's the only driver thus far this weekend to have scored a championship point, but there are 35 more on offer. Whoever starts pole position for the superheat gets 10 points. Whoever wins the final gets 25. So all of the contenders ready for another exciting battle out on the course. They're all ready for an intriguing one. And all 19 drivers are ready and in position. Martin Bean, our race director, in position at the top of the gantry to check everything is A-OK for the drivers on what promises to be a very thrilling encounter. The weather's going to be fairly good this morning. By the time we get to midday, well, things could change. We're hopeful that it's going to be an exciting day no matter what happens. A massive thank you to all of the marshals around the course as well. They've been fantastic since the start of the weekend. We hope that they can continue to be so. They keep us safe. Without them, we have no racing at all. So we should be very grateful indeed for their time and their dedication and commitment to the cause. The last little checks are being made then to get things underway. And all of the drivers ready for an exciting battle. The INFINITY IAME Series Asia competition continues in 2026. Very grateful to our partners INFINITY, the giants of the radio-controlled car world, who give us such amazing support and have done for the last few seasons now. But here we go, ready for the start of another intense battle out on the longest karting circuit in Asia. It is one of the toughest sporting disciplines in the world, on one of the toughest locations in the world. Only opened in September 2024. We're coming to the end of its second full year of activity. And 120 feet above sea level, just a few kilometers to the east of the main capital of Kuala Lumpur here in Malaysia. But it's already becoming a staple of Southeast Asian karting. And so as all of the drivers get themselves geared up and ready, it's going to be a fabulous battle out on the course. And all of the drivers know that they've got themselves plenty of excitement ahead. 10 laps of the course later, but for now, it's just the 8 laps that we had yesterday. And all of the drivers are fully aware of what's in store. For Jaden Aria on the front row of the grid, once again, alongside Kaylin Delsey, both drivers will definitely want to put on a decent show from the outset. For Kaylin Delsey, he has yet to win a race in Cadet X30. This is his big chance to do so. But you could say that about so many drivers in this field. Phil Chen, starting third on the grid, he's got a big chance, as too has Super Giorgio, George Patrizzi from fourth on the grid. He is eager to get that monkey off his back here at the Monkeys Canopy Resort. And what about Aiden Zhang? He's definitely starting to take some names out there in the Piers Sexton Racing crew. Great to see those colours back in international karting once again. And of course, there's also going to be some high pressure alongside Cruz Priolo on the grid from Jared Zhang of the Rush Performance team on that Henza kart chassis. Plenty of drama and thrills on the way. So much of the battle in the 2026 season rests on these individual races. The heats build up to the starting positions for the super heat. And of course, with only 36 spaces on the grid for the final, there's going to be a couple of drivers at the end of the day who will just be spectators. The other 36 will be competing for the ultimate crown. So the signal is given, and the drivers will get the green flag at the end of the pit lane when the time is ready to send them out. And it will be 8 laps around the course. And from the start, it'll be Jaden Aria and Kaylin Delsey, followed by Phil Chen and George Patrizzi, with Max Schilling in P5 alongside Aiden Zhang, Cruz Priolo alongside Jared Zhang, and the chasing field behind them are going to be putting on quite the spectacle to try and get into their headspace. Off we go then, engines on, and we're under starters orders as the drivers head out onto the circuit. And there's a problem already for William Mazzali to get going. Hopefully he'll be able to. But there's a problem. William Mazzali is not getting going from the pit lane. So William Mazzali already in trouble. You join us then from the INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2026 at the LYL International Karting Circuit in Selangor in Malaysia, just off to the east of the capital city. Jake Sanson in the commentary booth. And these amazing 19 drivers setting off into the distance on the formation lap of Cadet B versus D. Jaden Aria and Kaylin Delsey on the front row of the grid from Phil Chen and Australia's George Patrizzi for Birolart Racing Asia. Fifth on the grid for the championship leader, Max Schilling, alongside Aiden Zhang. Then Cruz Priolo, the contender for the crown, alongside Jared Zhang. He'll be there in 8th position for Rush Performance. Aaron Akil and Alice Lowe round out the top 10 from Tutaminset. And hopefully William Mazzali, if he can get going. Pudawit Rongsepp alongside Oliver Nguyen. Then Yusuf Sahami and Chayat Limratanakan for Stratos. Then it's Luke Hong Yu, Tanasha Radella, and Joshua Tan filling out the grid. So with the 19 contenders ready for the exciting battles that await us, Heat 3 is definitely going to be an intriguing one. There were 4 cadet races yesterday across the 4 groups of drivers. And a very interesting challenge all the way. Certainly gave us a lot to talk about. 2 wins for Farwi Bawo. A double victory in the end for the Indonesian. There was also a breakthrough victory for Jaden Aria. And we also ended up with a fantastic victory in the end in the cadet category after a thrilling encounter over the course of yesterday. There was some good battles throughout, but it was Sibyl Busalama who came through for the victory. So definitely some interesting battles awaiting us, and all of the cadets are ready for the encounter. So all of the racers in position and hoping for an exciting run through. Good to see everybody in smart position, ready for the outset, and it will certainly be a challenging one for all of the drivers. They warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature in the hope that it's going to be a clean start to racing. So the drivers getting themselves warmed up. It's actually started raining already. I thought it wasn't going to arrive until noon, but it's arrived now. It is raining on the start-finish line here at LYL, and the karts are warming up to position. This could be a delayed start if that's the case, because the rain is coming out big style here. They're all on slick tyres, so this could end up being a real problem. The contenders are getting ready in position. They're all on slicks. So they'll come off the final turn. Are we going to go to racing? No, they're going to go round again. They're going to go round again. And this is so that we can make a decision, essentially, based on what will happen. But the rain has come out big time here. It's an absolute torrential downpour. So the race has not started. This gives the race director, Martin Bean, a chance to assess the situation. If it's going to be an impending shower, then he can call a red flag to bring the drivers back into the pit. Red flags are called. That is the right decision, red flags. So the race is not going to start because obviously the situation is a very tricky one now with the rain coming down. This means that the race can be reset. The drivers will get the chance to change their tyres. The mechanics will be standing by. So the karts are going to be called back into the pit lane so that they can restart the race on wet tyres. The drivers have just got to bring the karts round back into the pits. What a dramatic start to the day. And it is an absolute monsoon. This is heavier than any of the rain showers we had yesterday. So a very dramatic start to proceedings then here at LYL. I thought we weren't going to get any rain here until noon. Unfortunately, the racing gods had other ideas. It's not even 9 o'clock yet, and it's absolutely thundering down here at LYL. The drivers will tiptoe their way back round to the pit lane. Back into the pits they will come, and it will be Tyre Change City. But it was the right decision made by the race director there. We had an opportunity there to assess the situation, see what the conditions were going to be like. And after sending them round again, it is time to put them out on wet tyres. The right decision not to start the race under the circumstances. Driver safety is above all else here. And well done to all of the team. The marshals for reporting correctly. And the safeguarding of the drivers is maintained. So the heavy rain shower then, it's going to be wet tyres and wet setup all the way as the drivers prepare to get back into the action. But for now, at least everybody's safe. A little bit of an issue there for Aiden Zhang. Aiden Zhang struggling to get started again after stalling at the edge of the pit lane, but he will be pushed back in. But the decision is very clear. Into the pits, red flags. All of the mechanics will change the setup to wets, and the drivers can go again very shortly, but only when they have been given the opportunity to change the settings. For the mechanics, it's a little bit of a hard work. They can only focus on the adaptation of the karts to wet conditions. For the parents, it's obviously a little bit of a sweat, but at least their drivers are going to be safer on the wet tyres than they would have been on the slicks. So the drivers out of their karts, the trolleys are brought out, and of course the wet tyres are brought out as well. Tricky moments then for the drivers, and for all of the other classes, for the juniors, the masters and the seniors, they'll either be rubbing their hands together with glee or swallowing quite hard, depending on what they were hoping for over the course of the day. And it's certainly going to be an interesting challenge. I'm going to see if I can grab a word with a few of the people who are up here watching the scene unfold below us. How about Jay Kostecki? Jay, you were quick in the dry and the wet yesterday. Looks like monsoon conditions now. Does that suit you quite well? You happy with that?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the rain. Hopefully it pours down a little bit more though.
So you are absolutely comfortable and very, very easy going in the wet conditions. What do you think this is going to mean for the rest of the day? If it's going to be like this all day, how are you feeling about it?
Oh, it doesn't really matter to me. I just hope it rains a little bit more.
All right, Jay, cheers, buddy. So a lot of the drivers are going to have differing opinions about the situation, but of course for Jay Kostecki, he's quite happy. Tiru Kumaran says to me, I told you it was going to be a monsoon day. We should get him on the news channels. You should be the weatherman, mate. Tiru Kumaran knew it was coming. Happy about it, by the way? Yeah, he's delighted. Yeah, I'm happy. I would be too. If you're a fat person like me, you add ballast to the car. The wet's great. I love wet conditions. So definitely an interesting one for the drivers as they now get themselves ready for wet weather racing because the monsoon conditions come down during the formation lap of the first heat of the day. Not necessarily the best timing, but it certainly looks into the outcome and certainly changes things up for a lot of the drivers here. Yesterday's battles were a very interesting one indeed. We had victories in the cadet category for Far Wibowo twice. Jaden Aria getting the victory, making it 3 out of 4 for Team Indonesia. And the fourth race, of course, being taken by Sibil Basalama. So, in fact, it was Indonesia all the way yesterday. They got all 4 victories between them. So, very good work indeed from Far Wibowo, Jaden Aria, and Sibil Basalama. There was only one flag on the top yesterday, and that was Indonesia in the cadet category. In junior, well, it was one-way traffic for the Australian Jay Kostecki, taking the win in both the dry and the wet races. In Masters, it was one apiece for Weirda Sakamchan and Luke Armstrong, the former champion and the potential new champion, getting a win apiece yesterday. In the seniors, well, it was very exciting. Shun Sekaguchi taking a victory, double victory for Aaron Garcia of Spain, and a fantastic challenge right the way to the death for Putra Adam, the Malaysian. He managed to get a win on the blocks as well. So today is going to be very different indeed with the rain conditions coming down hard. There could be quite a few things changed up, but that just gives us a little bit more of an interesting drama, depending on what the situation will be for each of the individual competitors out there. I'm going to see if I can chat to a few more people who can give us a little bit of insight into what their current mindset is. I've got a couple of the LYL Asia juniors next to me, Knox Black and Noah Zempronio. Knox, first of all, heavy rain. How do you feel about that?
I'm pretty quick in the wet, so we'll see how we go.
This is a tricky circuit in dry conditions. In the wet, it's even more tricky. What does it take to be quick around here in wet conditions?
Just your usual wet lines. Go outside, cut back in. Yeah.
Fair play. Noah, you had an interesting day yesterday, running up in the top 5 for a lot of it. How does wet weather suit you?
I love wet weather because I'm a bit big and the car sticks to the ground, so I'm really good in the wet. I really love the wet.
So with a little bit more grip at your disposal, does that give you a little bit of added confidence going in, or are you having to be a little bit more patient out there in the wet?
Yeah, if I'm starting 23rd, the wet will give me a lot of more confidence because I love the wet.
Okay, well, hopefully it's a good day for both of you. Good luck, gentlemen. Hope it's a good one. Awesome. Good to see the boys getting themselves ready and prepared for the battles ahead. Knox Black and Noah Sempronio for the LYL Asia team, both in the junior category. But down there already, a lot of hard work going in for the cadets as the setup is changed completely from dry to wet. And it's not just the tires that are changed. There are a few other settings that are changed as well to increase the grip and increase the speed in the conditions for the drivers. A lot of patience is needed in these circumstances. So the contenders will obviously be thinking very much about that going into the race battle. A few more drivers on the back here. I'm going to see if I can have a word with somebody else while we're filling in time. A man who we haven't heard much from since the start of the year, who's been helping out on the coaching side of things at DRM Paralin, is the man from Andorra, Alex Machado, who's been coaching the guys at DRM. Hello, Alex. We haven't heard from you in a while. How are things so far with the team?
So I think it's going quite good so far. We will see today how we can put all together, but quite good, quite good. Expecting the best.
In the cadets, you guys had a win with Shababa Salama. You were in the front with pretty much all of the other classes as well. Now we've got monsoon conditions. How much of an adaptation is that on strategy for everybody?
I think you don't really have too much time to adapt. I think we have quite a good drivers in terms of adaptation, so we'll try to put all together to maximize the result and get the best start for the final. But I think we can have a good chance.
And you're a very good driver in your own right. You know how to cope with the difference between wet and dry conditions. How does a driving style change on a dry circuit when the rain comes down? What do you have to do differently as a competitor?
So it always depends on the quantity of the water there is around the track, but for sure the entrance, the way you carry speed into the corner is completely different. You always need to go for a clean traction, try to rotate the kart as fast as possible to just point the exit. So it changed a lot, and it's more about feeling. You really have to have the feeling on these kind of conditions.
Okay, we'll be keeping an eye on the drivers with the natural instincts then. Gracias, Alex. Hope you have a good day.
Thanks for you.
Cheers, buddy. Good to see all of the competitors dialing themselves in. Good to hear from Alex Machado as well. Competitor right up at the sharp end in both round one of the championship and the Asia Pacific Games earlier this year. For those who are trained on the main pit lane area, all of the drivers now adapted for wet conditions, whether it's putting a wetsuit on over the top of their race suit and changing the wet tires. There'll sometimes be Perspex covers over the airboxes to keep the engines favorable as well, but there's not a lot of time to make those changes. So the main priority, of course, is going to be the settings of the sprockets and stub axles and the wet tires. Of course, that's about all you can do in the allotted time. But of course, the drivers can put a wetsuit over the top of their normal race overalls as well. And that keeps them cool in different conditions. Another driver we can speak to who knows a lot about the adaptation from dry to wet is another of the driver coaches. That's Audrey Leong, who's next to me. Hello, Audrey. How are things with the team? Obviously a bit of a difficulty for Aidan Lim yesterday, but Ashton Yong still going strong today.
Yeah, the team is currently preparing for the wets because the next category will be senior after the cadets. So we're getting ready here and there, but have a little bit confident in the wets, and we'll see how it goes later.
So if you've got a tiny bit of time between a dry session and then it's suddenly becoming monsoon, what can you actually change on the kart in that time? It can't be much more than tires, right?
Definitely not much more than tires, but then we could actually work on the sprockets and the fronts and basically how we do on the wets. But with yesterday's situation on the quali and the heat one, we definitely had some training on that. So we'll see how it goes later.
And how big a difference does 1 PSI of tire pressure actually make? When you're a driver out there, you've felt it before, you've been there. Just how big a difference does that 1 or 2 PSI actually make in terms of driving technique?
We could say maybe 1 or 2 laps after the tires have heated up, or maybe it could be later or earlier. We'll see how. Maybe towards the end of the race, it's a bit too much or it's a bit too less. That's how it's difference.
So we saw the incident yesterday for Aidan Lim, and we understand he hurt his leg. How is he this morning?
He's doing good. It's just the muscles has been injured, so he couldn't really walk now, but he's getting himself checked out now.
Okay, well, it's good to hear that he's on the mend, and thanks for the update, Audrey. We'll catch up with you later.
Thank you.
So obviously still waiting for the races to get underway. Good chance to catch up with people, though, when we normally wouldn't get a chance to talk to them because we're too busy focusing on race, then race, then race, then race. But it's good to catch up with those who are in the know, and certainly those who know a lot more about these things than I do. And the drivers still ready for another exciting battle out on the course. Hopefully we're going to start as orders very soon. Oh, let's give it a quick word with Piers Sexton, who's come back into the paddock as a team manager again, having just been coaching previously, but now he's brought his own PSR racing team back into the competition again. Good to see the PSR colours on the kart again. How have things been getting on for Aidan this week?
Yeah, not too bad at all, actually. He's not the most experienced driver, that's for sure. And yeah, learning the track has done that very well. Qualifying, what we expected a bit more from qualifying, really. But not bad, still at the sharp end. So yeah, no, we're just working hard.
You've been in this situation so many times before when it's dry and suddenly on the formation lap, the monsoon conditions come down and you have to change everything. Is there a standard procedure that you guys carry out in that, or is it literally just all on instinct, all hells to the leather?
No, obviously we have the dry setup and the wet setup. When it's like this and starts to rain and then stops again, of course, you go somewhere in between. Of course, yeah, I've seen it many, many times, and especially here in Malaysia, a big downpour and then it starts to dry. And you have to, yeah, judge your tyre pressure according to what's going to happen with the track, not what's happening right now. So, of course, not easy for anybody.
So considering the difficulties, a driver like Aiden is actually in a real prime position, right up there in the top 10, with a chance to counteract if there are other mistakes. What have you been telling him to sort of get him into the right frame of mind when he's so inexperienced?
Again, yeah, have to feed him as much information as possible. Of course, from the start to the end of the race, talk about the start, where to position yourself, what to look for, where there might be accidents, where there might be places and opportunities to overtake. So, of course, yeah, again, give him as much information as possible to try and help him achieve the best result he can. And yeah, there are many, many things to teach, and that's not a 5-minute job, of course. It's many years.
Fair play. Well, it's good to catch up with you, Piers, and good to see the colours back in the paddock again. We'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
So obviously big stresses for the teams and the drivers in such a big moment. And a very good point that Piers has made there. We've obviously had monsoon rainfall and then stop almost as quickly as it's arrived. So we've had a big downpour. The track is very wet, but it's certainly not consistent rain anymore. So that's going to make things interesting for the drivers, and it could dry out quite quickly before more rain is scheduled later on. So this is the constant to and fro and the constant ebb and sway that we get in Malaysian racing. The climate is so unpredictable here and so changeable at this part of the capital as well, off to the east where it's a little bit more into the jungle itself. It's very tricky to note what the weather is going to do at any one time. So it can be very tricky to predict exactly what's going to happen and how it's going to happen as well. But now the karts are back in their pre-grid formation, so the competitors are making their way back in. Ethan Cito just walking past me. Ethan, while we've got this pause, I just want to grab a quick word. You had a bit of an incident yesterday. The kart flipped over. Are you okay after it all?
Yeah, I'm good. The doctor concluded that it wasn't that much, so yeah, I'm okay.
Well, just before we get this race underway, we've had a massive downpour followed by a stop. So obviously the track is wet, but it's going to clear up quite quickly. How difficult is it as a driver to cope when it's drying as quickly as that, when you've made all those changes and now it's going back to the way it was before?
Yeah, I think the tough part is really deciding the setup and what tires to use, especially if it's like in between, like it's drying up quick, but it's still kind of damp here and there. I think the tough part is deciding what to do with the kart.
I'm guessing when you talk about which tires to use, you're talking about the difference between a new set of wets and an old set of wets.
A new set of wets and an old set of wets, and also the possibility of using slicks, because this track does dry up very fast. So if the sun comes and the track starts drying, it could dry even by my session, which is in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, because we saw that with the Masters yesterday. They all went out on wet tires and they had no grip by lap 6. How do you cope with that kind of thing as a driver?
I think it really comes down to what the team strategy is. So I think purely just by the decision of the driver and also the coaches and what they think is going to happen, the sun and, just the weather in general. I think that's the important part.
Okay, well, good to get your feedback on it, Ethan, certainly from someone who knows a lot more than I do. So cheers, buddy.
Thank you.
So the competitors getting ready for another exciting burst around the circuit. The drivers are sat in kart ready to go. So hopefully we're going to get a clear start very soon indeed. But of course, there's going to be a lot more stress on the shoulders of the drivers, not just because we've had to stop things and start them again due to the wet conditions, but the fact that it's stopped raining again. So halfway through this race, the conditions could become even trickier because they're on the wet tires and the track could dry out particularly quickly. So it's not the easiest of situations for anybody here. It was the right decision to stop the race because at the time the rain was coming down, it was monsoon conditions essentially, but now the rain has stopped almost as soon as it's arrived, and so we're going to have an interesting dynamic now of the conditions improving rather quickly because it's more than 30 degrees Celsius in terms of air temperature out there at the best of times here, so it will dry out very fast indeed. Meanwhile though, the 19 competitors are ready for wet conditions. They're all in wet tire mode. The slight changes that they have made to the sprockets and the axles for wet conditions are obviously now made, and the majority of the drivers are all on wetsuit over the top of the overall mode. Well, the drivers will be sent out in just a few short seconds, ready for the start of their first race of the day. So it'll be exactly as it was at the start. Apologies for the delayed running, but it's the Malaysian weather. What can you do except just tolerate it and adapt, adopt, and improve? So the engines go on, and we are ready for heat number 3 for groups B and D of the Cadet X30 category. So the contenders head out once again. Hopefully this time we'll get a clear race start. But it's a fascinating start to proceedings here in Selangor in Malaysia, one of the most beautiful parts of the entire world, and certainly one of the toughest race circuits in the world, this one. All of the drivers that come here love the challenge of it, whether they love or hate the circuit itself. They really relish the challenge because you can learn so much on this circuit. Only opened in September 2024, one of the newest circuits in the world, and certainly one of the most exciting and dynamic. Every time we've come here, we've had rain for at least half an hour during the weekend at some point, no matter what time of year it is. And certainly on this occasion, it's happened on the formation lap on the way out. So the drivers have had to come in after a red flag and reset. Here's the starting grid again then for Cadet B versus D in Heat 3. It's going to be Jaden Aria on pole position alongside Kaylin Delsey. One man has taken a win. The other is waiting for their first win. Phil Chen in third position along with George Patrizi. Then it's Max Schilling and Aidan Zhang from Cruz Priolo and Jared Zhang. Aaron Akil and Alice Lowe in the top 10. Then it's Tuttamin Set carrying the flag of Cambodia, despite the fact that the flag of Myanmar, I should say. Although, of course, Myanmar doesn't have its own motorsport ASN. And so they actually run under the flag of Thailand. Alongside Tuttamin Set, we've got William Matali, then Purawit Wongsep, Oliver Nguyen, Yusuf Sahimi, Chayut Limratanakan, Lu Hongyu, Tanasha Radella, and Joshua Tan. We've got a kart at the back that is struggling to get round at the moment. It's one of the kart republics, I think, that is having some difficulties. We're going around on a second formation lap. So if they can warm the kart up, they may still be able to form up at the back of the field. So I'm trying to make out which kart it is. Once they come past me, I'll be able to tell you which of the drivers it is that's having a difficulty. That looks to me like the 70. That's Aaron Akil. So Aaron Akil, that should be starting in 9th position. He's pulling off to the side. Is he waiting for the field to come past? Or is he pulling off to break down? He is. He's pulling off to retire. Oh, Aaron Akil. Disaster for Aaron Akil. There is his kart, stationary on the sidelines, and he knows he cannot go any further in this race. Big disaster for the Kart Republic driver. And so a very crestfallen Aaron Akil. This is the worst feeling for a racing driver. I haven't competed in many races myself, but I did compete in the Stocks Kart UK Championship a few years ago. And the second of the 3 heats, I ended up with a mechanical problem on the formation lap, not going anywhere. It's the worst feeling in the world as a driver, because you know you could have made a difference in that race, but you'll never know. And you're just sat there watching the race from the infield, and you have absolutely no involvement in the race at all. It's the worst feeling. So up the crest of the hill to go over the bridge. Once they go over the blind crest, they will drop down to the left-hander, and then that's the section of the circuit where you are flat on the throttle for anywhere between 16 and 20 seconds, depending on the class, until you get to the braking zone for turn 3. But on first position, it is Jaden Aria from Kaylin Delsey. Third position for Phil Chen. Fourth place for George Patrizi. Then Schilling, Zhang, Priolo, and Jared Zhang, with Alice Lowe alone on row 5. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are, and off we go. Great start from Delsey and George Patrizi, but an even better start for Phil Chen. He's going to get into second position. Patrizi's got through as Joshua Tan spins out in the final turn. But on the run down to the first couple of corners, it's a very sideways move from a couple of the drivers in the field. Schilling and Priolo trying to make progress. Schilling's gone around. Schilling's gone around and rejoined to the back of the field. Oh dear, I'm not sure if there was contact to get there. But Schilling has gone round and dropped to the back of the field, as out in front it is Aria, who leads the way from the hard-charging Phil Chen. So a couple of problems then in the early phase of racing. The wet conditions really have changed things up. And Jaden Aria leads the way from Phil Chen. Kaylin Delsey and George Patrizi with Cruz Priolo now up in a 5th position in front of Oliver Nguyen. Priolo gets the run on Patrizi and goes through. So Priolo is up into 4th position. Cruz Priolo making the overtake, and that gives him another place made up. Several drivers struggling to make progress after their issues early doors. Joshua Tan trying to recover. There is a battle between Patrizi and Ewing, the two Australians, and the move up the inside from the 71. That is the hard-charging William Matsali, who had those initial problems off the start. So the competitors making a good run. There is a new schedule after this delay that has been posted, so do keep an eye on it, folks. There is an updated schedule as a result of the delay earlier on. So Jaden Aria, Phil Chen, Kaylin Delsey, then Cruz Priolo, George Patrizi, Oliver Ewing, then Matsali, Thutamin Set, Jared Zhang, Chayat Limratanakan, and Max Schilling, who's in 11th place, ahead of Rodella, Sahami, Liu, Low, and Wongsup. So Aiden Zhang, Alice Low, Purawit Wongsep, and Liu Hongyu were also involved, along with Tanisha Rodella and Yusuf Sahami. Lots of drivers involved. There goes Oliver Ewing. Oliver Ewing makes the move and gets up into 5th position, past George Patrizi. That's top 5 for the Fireball. Patrizi trying to get back on the inside line on the Birala. And they're being joined by William Matsali and Thutamin Set, carrying the colours of Myanmar on the side pod of the Birala. Here's the chance for Matsali. It's going to be 3 wide. Patrizi in the middle, in a rock and a hard place, but he fights around the outside and keeps his position. Great racecraft from George Patrizi. Was not going to get pushed around. Very nicely taken, and he holds on to it. So Jade Nari leads the way. Kaylin Delsey closing in on Chen. And now it's Matsali trying to challenge George Patrizi. Then it's Thutamin Set. Behind them is Jared Zhang on the Rush Performance Henza. They go over the top of the crest of the bridge. And next up in the line is Max Schilling. He's got him in a 10th position past the Lando Norris of Chayat Litaranakan. Lando Norris chassis, I should say. He is still taking a break from Formula One, but his chassis name lives on in the world of karting, even when he's having a breather. 6 laps to go. Jaden Aria, Phil Chen, and Kaylin Delsey having a great tussle for position. But there is your leader, Jaden Aria, so smooth and so calm. It's been Indonesia all the way this weekend. All 4 races so far have been won with the Indonesian flag. Here comes Delsey, making his move on the inside of Chen. And that's the tie into 2nd position. Good run from Kaylin Delsey thus far. And the top 1 driver now in 2nd position. So Jaden Aria, Kaylin Delsey, Phil Chen, Cruz Priolo in 4th. The Australian trying to close up on the 2 men in front. And then in 5th position, it's Oliver Ewing from Patrizi, Matsali, Thutamin Set, Jared Zhang, and Max Schilling. Cadet B versus D, heat number 3. Still lots of challenges to come. Not an easy race to predict this one. And all of the contenders having a great challenge of it. Oh, a little bit of roughhousing there as Aiden Zhang gets a little sideways in the battle there with Purawit Wongsep and Tanisha Rodella. But so far, so good for the man in front. Jaden Aria has almost 3 seconds built up on Kaylin Delsey and Phil Chen. Here's the battle between George Patrizi and William Matsali. Behind them is Thutamin Set, the 64. Thutamin Set from Myanmar, although he carries the flag of Thailand on his license. There is no motorsport governing body in Myanmar just yet. Hopefully that will change one day. Jared Zhang in front of Max Schilling. And then behind them, it is Chayat Limratanakan, Yusuf Sahami in front of Liu Hongyu. And then it is the 38, Alice Low, in front of Purawit Wongsup. And then Aiden Zhang. Tanisha Rodella is next up. And then we've got Joshua Tan. So already some scary moments in the opening phase of the race, but Jaden Aria just settling into the rhythm out front. No worries for him. Here's Cruz Priolo trying to take on Phil Chen behind Kaylin Delsey. And now we've got a battle developing between Matsali and Thutamin Set behind George Patrizi. Thutamin Set on the Birala wanting to make the move. Priolo's going to go for 3rd. He dives in on Phil Chen and makes it happen. And Thutamin Set gets a similar move on William Matsali, but then drifts wide. Matsali has a chance on Patrizi as they come off the turn. So Matsali going after Patrizi once more, but George Patrizi, so smooth, so solid, not going to lose his position easily. Matsali tries to take him on, but Patrizi very comfortable. So Jaden Aria leads over the bridge. Delsey, Priolo, and then it is Chen. 5th place for Oliver Ewing from Patrizi, Matsali, Thutamin Set, Jared Zhang, and Max Schilling. Already some big problems there as Max Schilling seems to have lost some ground, actually. It looks like Chayat Limratanakan has managed to make the move on the inside of him, and now Schilling's going to repeat the feat in the final turn and then close up on Jared Zhang. So some decent battles all the way through the field. In fact, it looks as though Yusuf Sahami's got up into 10th place. I'm not sure what happened to Schilling, but certainly some time lost. 4 laps to go. There's Oliver Newing, 5th position. You're looking at the man in 3rd now. That's Cruz Priolo on the Lenzo kart. Running in 3rd position, the Australian for JDP. Still having a very solid effort at the moment. Kaylin Delsey running in a very smooth 2nd place. Good battles everywhere you look. There's Schilling trying to attack Yusuf Sahami. And he manages to make the overtaking move in the far side. Meanwhile, Thutamin Set is still trying to take on William Matsali. Tries to get the undercut off the exit of the hairpin. Is that going to be enough for Thutamin Set? Matsali's on the inside. Oliver Newing slightly further ahead round the outside. Not really clear who's been able to come out on top of that. I think it is Matsali. Yes, Matsali's held it in front of Thutamin Set. And now we've got the charge up the crest as George Patrizi slides. And that's enough to give Matsali the gap. Matsali gets through on the inside line. They go side by side over the bridge. Patrizi trying to control it. But Matsali is through on the Kart Republic. So William Matsali makes the overtake, and that puts him into 6th place. Patrizi's going to try and come back at him. Bit of a kick out wide from the Kart Republic. Patrizi taking the conventional line, but it's the wet line that's going to be better. But he is faster off the turn and tries to get alongside as they go through turn 1. Patrizi all over Matsali. George Patrizi looking for the gap on the inside. William Matsali still doing a fair job to hold the position. But George Patrizi looking strong to try and get back. Thutamin Set could end up helping him out here a little bit. Patrizi covers the line. It is tricky to know where to make the best moves. And there's a little bit of a squiggle between them as they rub wheels. But Jaden Aria having an absolute fairy tale race out front, looking for win number 2 this weekend. Kaylin Delsey in 2nd from Cruz Priolo, Phil Chen, Oliver Newing. And then it's Matsali in front of Patrizi and Thutamin Set. They're the 2 men on your screen from Jared Zhang and Max Schilling in P10 in front of Yusuf Sahami and Chayatlin Ratanakan. So the contenders continue to make their way through. A very tricky battle for everybody as everyone is trying to work their way through. Not an easy field. So still the contenders move their way across and looking for the apex as they run through on the far side. And this is where a lot of battles are going to continue on in close proximity. The drivers will run through. And so hopefully everything is going to be fairly neat and tidy for the last 2 laps. But here comes the battle again between Patrizi and Thutamin Set. And there's the battle even further back. This is Alice Lowe dueling away with Aiden Zhang. The 2 of them having a neat little battle outside the top 10 for the moment. So we've got a nice battle for Jaden Aria out in front. 5 seconds clear of Kaylin Delsey. Cruz Priolo looking comfortable in 3rd place on the JDP Lenzo. This will be a very tough race for those drivers because they've got a little bit of daylight between themselves and the others. It must be so difficult to run alone when you've not got anyone really to race wheel to wheel with at that point, to try and keep the pace, try and keep the position, and just run the normal rhythm. It's never easy. So Thutamin Set trying to take on George Patrizi once again in the battle for 7th place. 9th is Jared Zhang, and 10th is Max Schilling after his spin on the opening lap. So Jaden Aria from Kaylin Delsey and Cruz Priolo. Phil Chen, 4th position. A difference in line now for Thutamin Set. He's trying to come from around the far side and then cut back in to gain the ground on George Patrizi. 2 different racing lines at the same corner, and they both pretty much end up together as a result of it. But Thutamin Set, the man from Myanmar, going to make the move on the inside of Patrizi. They're going to go side by side, and Thutamin Set makes the move. Good overtake there, but on the exit, Patrizi's come back at him. Lovely bit of racecraft as they go into the last lap. So a nice little battle between the 2 that's been going on for the last 6 laps or so. And certainly for those 2, it's been an exciting and fun race. But for the man out front, it's been a little bit of a demonstration run for Jaden Aria. It's been very calm and very consistent indeed. A very tough race for everybody, considering that the rain came down and then stopped. So the track has actually been drying out for the entirety of the 8 laps. And now we've got a great battle again as Thutamin Set has been railed in. Patrizi is trying to keep Thuthaminset at bay. Here comes Thuthaminset to try one more time. They'll battle on the last lap, but out in front, the Indonesian whitewash is continuing here in Malaysia. 2 wins for Farwibowo, a win for Jaden Aria, and a win for Sybil Basalama yesterday. But it looks as though in incredible circumstances, it's going to be 5 wins out of 5 for Team Indonesia. And here comes Jaden Aria to chalk up win number 2 this weekend. An absolute domination. Off the final turn, Jaden Aria clean sweeps it in this one. Brilliant race. He takes the flag. Excellent display. Second position for Kaylin Delsey, still ever close to that first win. And Cruz Priello, a very important P3 to bank some decent points in the heats here. Fourth position for the 71 of William Matsali. Sixth position, I should say, behind Chen and Oliver Nguyen. Then Matsali, Patrici, Thuthaminset, Jared Jung, and a very frustrated Max Schilling. So another strong result there for Jaden Aria. A tough battle out there as the competitors really found the most difficult conditions imaginable for drivers at this level. The cadets were never going to find it easy on a monsoon track that was drying out quickly. It was even drying before they were sent out into the race itself on wet tyres, so it was always going to be a tough race. There are damp patches, but it's not really a wet track anymore. Mind you, I wouldn't really send the cadets in the second heat out on slicks yet either. I think it would still be wet tyres for them, to be honest. It's that tipping point when the lap times suddenly dramatically upswing. That's when you start thinking about slicks. We saw that moment yesterday, and I think we'll see it again this morning. But when will the rain come back? Because it's scheduled to come back several times over the course of the day. Very dramatic start to things as the cadets find out in stereo. But Jaden Aria grabs his second win of the weekend. He hadn't taken a Senior X30 win before this weekend. Now he's got 2. Isn't it amazing? It's a bit like buses. You wait forever for one, and then 2 come at once. So for Jaden Aria, it's a fabulous result, and it keeps Team Indonesia in a very strong position. 5 wins out of 5 for the nation over the course of this 5th round of the Infinity IAME Series Asia. It is the most successful weekend yet for Indonesia in the cadet category. And going into the last of the heats, well, with Farwibowo starting from the front, there is a very good chance of making it a clean sweep of 6. So a fantastic effort from Jaden Aria. We'll get to have a chat with him once again after a solid race battle out there. Jaden, that was a tough one. Wet tyres were the option on the first 2 laps. It got dry relatively quickly out there, but by then you were already gone. How did you feel about that race?
Feel confident.
What was it like driving in the wet conditions earlier?
It was really fun. It was also pretty difficult because in the beginning it was pretty slippery.
You've got a good position for the superheat. How are you feeling ahead of that race?
Pretty confident.
I love it. So simple. Cheers, Jaden. Good luck for it.
Thank you.
Very strong start to the day then for Jaden Aria, really putting on a very calm and very simple effort out there. No need to break a sweat. Now, I want to see if we can grab a quick word. Oh, no, we can't grab a quick word with Kaylin Delsey because he's already disappeared. He's already focusing on the next one. A very tough one out there. Very, very tricky situations for the drivers. We'll have a quick word with the man in 3rd position, though, because he's still in the holding area ahead of the next race. And a very strong battle for the Australian, Cruz Priello. We'll grab a quick word with him after a solid race effort. Cruz, good racing out there. It was a tricky one in the early stages, trying to make progress. But once you found the top 5, it looked like the car just came together.
Yeah, just got a really bad start, and then after that, just worked my way up to P3 in the end. But in the end, dropped off, so I think we might have to go a bit lower with the pressures, but we'll be all right for the next one.
So it looked like as the race unfolded, the track was drying so fast you weren't really able to make much more of the tyres. How difficult was it to kind of sustain the pace towards the end?
It was easy to sustain the pace. I was just trying to go quicker and quicker to catch Kaylin, but he was too fast for me this one. I'll get him next one, though.
We've got the superheat coming up later. You've had a very unusual weekend, a reasonable one, a bad one, and a good one. So how are you feeling going into the superheat?
Feeling all right. Depending on where I'm starting, I'll try go for the win, but I need to win anyway for the championship, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, Cruz, well, good job so far. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Been a fascinating one so far in the cadet category then. Some good performances all round from the X30s. Not everybody's in a particularly good mood after that race. There could be some difficult conversations to come. But of course, we still have the superheat later for those drivers. Certainly over at Team Indonesia, it couldn't be better. 5 wins out of 5 so far for the nation. But there is still a 6th cadet heat to come. And the man at the front, Fawibowo, is looking for what could be a clean sweep of heats. A man who had yet to win an X30 cadet heat leading up to this weekend. Now he could win all 3 of his. What a turnaround. So the cadets are heading out onto the circuit once again then. This time it's the drivers in groups A versus C, and that's going to put Carson Choi on pole position, seeking his first win of the weekend. He may have got the job done in qualifying, but it was much tougher to get it done in race trim. And the competitors are going around on their formation lap. They too have got wet tyres on, but it's not going to be easy to determine who's going to get the race win. So we'll talk you through the grid in full then. Carson Choi, starting from the front end of the grid after a fabulous performance in his time qualifying session. He's going to be at the front of Group A. Alongside him on the grid will be the man who's already taken 2 wins out of 2, Fawibowo. Then it's Sibyl Basalama. He got a win yesterday from Pimpak Kurungfatai in 4th position on the grid. 5th place for Jensen Hammond alongside Zhang Yucheng. Then Chan Hao Swan alongside Darren Arthur Ghani. 8th position on the grid. Rounding out the top 10 behind them, it's Falik Fariz and Sidovitz Ratanakul. Then it's Austin Lowe alongside the Australian Marcus Colby. 13th on the grid for Michaela Draper. She's beside Sia Boen with the Japanese driver Eto Hosokawa alongside Brio Itikararat. Then it's Ahmad Johan, Liban Lewis Kanan, and that's your lot. The last 2 in the grid are actually Zidane Iskandar and Matthew Cooper. Not entirely sure why Oliver Newing's name came up twice, but it is in fact Zidane Iskandar who is in that position at the back alongside Matthew Cooper, making his debut in Infinity IAME Series Asia. So the cadets are in warm-up mode, weaving from side to side, generating temperature in both the tyres and the brakes. You've got to have full confidence going into turn 1 if you want to blast your way through those first couple of corners in good stead. But of course, the battles are raging right from the outset. It's going to be a challenge and a half for these drivers. They know just how tricky things are going to be. And the contenders are ready for the next port of call. Front row of the grid, Carson Choi and Fawibowo, the man who's won 2 races already this weekend. Carson Choi from pole position has yet to win his first, but he will certainly be excited for the challenge ahead. So down the hill, side by side, will be the 2 front row men, Carson Choi alongside Fawibowo. Watch for Sibyl Basalama, 3rd on the grid. And of course, along with him will be the number 51, the CS55 chassis of Pimpak Kurungfatai. Let's see how this one gets underway. We are not going racing. It is a false start on this occasion, so we'll go around again. The contenders are definitely going to have an interesting battle ahead of them. And so all of the contenders know that they've got a little bit more work to do. And so the contenders are looking forward to another exciting bout out on the course. And they will put themselves into a good position with some very exciting challenges when this race does get underway. So the drivers form up again, and it will once more be Carson Choi and Far Weibo, the DRM Paralin, alongside the Kart Republic. We've got somebody at the back having an issue. That's one of the Paralins having a bit of a difficulty towards the tail of the field. That looks to me like the 23 in trouble. So it already looks as though it's a bit of a long one for Darren Arthur-Ghani. He's gone until the red line to get himself back into the rhythm. As long as he can get his place back in time, then he can take up his original grid position. But he has to do it before the red line, which is at the bottom of the bridge. So he's going to catch back up to the field. I think he's going to have time to do that. And we've got another problem. That's another car that stopped out on the circuit itself. So that is one of the Kart Republics. Don't tell me that's Michaela Draper again. I think it might be. So for the second time this weekend, Michaela Draper with a mechanical problem before the race even begins. She had an amazing sixth place run yesterday, but her second formation lap mechanical failure out of 3. Disaster. Are we racing? Yes, we are. A great start forward again then for the leaders. Oh, up on the curbs, and a big mistake from Carson Choi. He got on the curbs, and that's lost him about 4 places. Here comes Sebaba Salama behind Far Weibo. Big dive on the inside line into the hairpin. There's nudging, there's pushing. Is everybody going to get through? Only just. On the run to turn 4, it could be tougher. Everybody trying to stay on the easy line on the inside line as everybody tucks away through. Up to turn 6, there's already a little bit of nudging. Everybody trying to stay on the straight and narrow. They've just about got away with that. But already there's a charge through to second position. That's the beautiful move there from Zhang Yicheng. Zhang Yicheng in a second place past Basalama. Basalama trying to get back on the inside for second. He drifts wide. 4 wide. Goodness me, I've never seen that before in the hairpin. 4 wide, and they just about get through without incident as the number 3, Zhang Yicheng of Peak Racing, has come through in a second position behind Far Weibo. But today is just Far Weibo's day again. He's got the lead on the rest of the field as now Carson Choi jewels away with Sebaba Salama, Jensen Hammond behind them in 5th place. They go up over the top of the bridge. So already some very intriguing battles off the start. But Far Weibo is the man to catch. Looking very solid and strong at the moment. No major concerns for the drivers as they continue in close proximity. Far Weibo leads. Zhang Yicheng in second position. And then it is the chasing pair of Sebaba Salama and Carson Choi. Then Jensen Hammond, Chan Haoxuan. Austin Lowe is in 7th position. That's an amazing start from Austin Lowe. Move on the inside from Chan Haoxuan. Has he got through on Jensen Hammond? He has. Big move, and he gets the move on the inside, and Austin Lowe's gone with him. So Chan Haoxuan and Austin Lowe have both got into P5 and 6 at the expense of Jensen Hammond, who had a bit of a run wide. All sorts of difficulties on these opening couple of laps then. Far Weibo going strong. Zhang Yicheng is only a second behind him. Basalama, Choi, and then the 2 chasers, Chan and Lowe, having a very solid... Oh, and a spin! A spin, that's Jensen Hammond. Jensen Hammond's gone around. Not an easy race for Jensen Hammond either then. Lots of the Paralin drivers having a tough day of it so far. And that's Carson Choi trying to put the pressure on Sebaba Salama. I've just been handed a piece of Alice Lowe's kart that's come off the Kart Republic chassis. That's why Alice Lowe had a tough day just then. Thanks, Alice. I reckon you should keep that, to be honest. So Far Weibo leading the way from Zhang Yicheng. On the inside, that's Austin Lowe. Gets a lovely overtake on the inside of Chan Haoxuan. So Chan Haoxuan has been hoodwinked there by Austin Lowe for the moment. But Austin Lowe doing a great job on kart number 1 with the Ayrton Senna helmet. So far, so good in the early stages of this one. Austin Lowe looking for the move on the inside of Carson Choi. Choi is looking to get closer to Sebaba Salama. He doesn't really want Austin Lowe behind him, threatening to make a move. But the Muhua Motorsport racer looking very confident in these conditions. They seem to have absolutely nailed the tyre pressures, and he is absolutely storming through this field. He gestures to the man behind him, Chan Hao Swan. Come on, go with me. But Chan Hao Swan on the Peak Racing Machine is not going fast enough to keep up with the Muhua man. So the Muhua Motorsport driver, kart number 1, Austin Lowe, looking for the move on the inside of Carson Choi. He has a look in the chicane. Can't quite make it stick. Out of the hairpin. Gets a move on the inside line. This could be the chance, but he's going to have to back out of it. He has to wait as they go up the crest. Through the triple left-hander. He might get a chance at the foot of the bridge. Certainly close enough to have a look at it. If there's an opportunity, he might take it. He's actually going so quickly. He nudges the back of Choi and works the way through at the foot of the bridge. What a drive Austin Lowe is having. This is certainly the best we've seen from him thus far. As Fa Weibo has been caught by Zhang Yicheng. Zhang Yicheng has got that 1 second gap down to only a kart length. So Fa Weibo is not looking so dominant anymore. Zhang Yicheng is right behind him. Looking for the move on the inside, the Peak Racing driver for China. And it's the Chinese versus the Indonesian. Here comes Zhang Yicheng. He's going to look for his move on the inside. Not going to take it in the right-hander. Might get a chance in the left. Certainly looking very quick indeed. I tell you what, Peak Racing and Muhua Motorsport have absolutely nailed the setup going into this one. So Fa Weibo doing his best to get away, but Zhang Yicheng is full of confidence. And so is Austin Lowe as he closes up on Shababa Salama. We could get a bit of a shake-up here. Zhang Yicheng swarming around behind Fa Weibo. Fa Weibo doing his best to control the pace of the Kart Republic, but this is Zhang Yicheng's chance, and he knows it. The Chinese driver has never won a race in Cadet X30 either, and he wants to make it happen. Fa Weibo won twice yesterday, but can Zhang Yicheng slide out from behind the Kart Republic and make his move? He's going to drop down the foot of the bridge and look for the move into the left-hander. They'll be on the throttle all the way. Could this be the chance for Zhang Yicheng? Coming into the final hairpin, side by side. Fa Weibo has to get out of the draft, and he's got him. Zhang Yicheng takes the lead. Fabulous racing, and now Fa Weibo is going to have to fight him if he wants the lead. Fa Weibo towing the line, and there goes Austin Lowe. Austin Lowe in a 3rd position. The Chinese aces are on the march. Zhang Yicheng leads, Austin Lowe 3rd. Fantastic work from Zhang and Lowe. So Zhang Yicheng in the Peak Racing Machine and Lo Sichen, or Austin Lowe as he's known, has moved their way up the positions. And now Carson Choi is looking to try and make the bid on Sebel Salama. But on this occasion, Team Indonesia have been flummoxed by Team China. Carson Choi looking out from behind Sebel Salama. He wants to get into 4th position. Austin Lowe is driving beautifully in 3rd position. Definitely the best race yet that we've seen from either Zhang Yicheng or Austin Lowe. Great to see both men really stepping up to the plate in this one. There is young Austin Lowe. Carries the Ayrton Senna tribute helmet. He's only 9 years old, is Austin Lowe, one of the youngest in the field. And yet here he is, 3rd position, really making a big impact on this race. Out to the end of the lap. And Carson Choi looking for his bid to get past his teammate, Sebel Salama. They may need to work together if they want to get back into the top 3. So the number 3 is in the lead. Zhang Yicheng in front of Fa Weibo. Austin Lowe is 3rd. And then it's these two, Sebel Salama and Carson Choi. From Chan Hao Swan, Aito Hosokawa, Darren Arthagani, Pimpat Kuang Fatai, and in 10th position is Marcus Colby. A very tricky day at the office for the established drivers in Cadet X30. It's all gone changeroo. Sometimes it happens like that in Cadet X30. It all depends on how the setup works, how the driver feels on instinct, and on a track like this where it's drying out quickly. It's going to be fascinating. Looking down in the pit lane, the seniors are all on wets, so it's clearly not drying out quickly enough to go wets for the moment, but there are 2 senior X30 heats to come. Carson Choi making his bid on Sebel Salama. Up on the curbs. Basalama trying to hold his position. Meanwhile, we've got Fa Weibo dropping back from Zhang Yicheng, potentially into the clutches of Austin Lowe. Austin Lowe is still pushing hard here and still looking for another position or 2 to move forward. So could Austin Lowe get into second place? He's got 2.5 laps or so to go. Nice move on the inside there from the 13. That's Marcus Colby, but he's going to lose it immediately to the hard-charging Alice Lowe if he's not careful. Oh, no, sorry, that is Aito Hosokawa, the Japanese driver. So Hosokawa dueling away back to the inside. He gets level. Watch out for Xiaoboen. Xiaoboen to the inside. The back end kicks out, and that loses him momentum. Great battles everywhere you look in Cadet X30. Fa Weibo trying to get back on terms with Zhang Yicheng. Low in third from Basalama, Choi, Qian. And then we go back to this battle for seventh. And it's all gone wrong for Aito Hosokawa. A nudge from Xiaoboen onto the back of Marcus Colby. And that resulted in a conflagration. That was a snooker move, unfortunately. And there was nothing Aito Hosokawa could have done about that. Such a shame for the Japanese driver. It all got away from him. But I don't think he was the instigator of that. So that is something that could be looked into later. So Aito Hosokawa drops out of the top 10. I think he managed to get going again. But he has, of course, lost ground in the result of the incident. Problems further back in the field. I think we've got an issue for one of the fireballs. That's Matthew Cooper. He seems to have dropped a long way back off the field. But still, Zhang Yicheng, driving an absolutely perfect race, is looking to come through and get into the last lap with the lead intact. Out to the final turn, and he goes across the line, and he sees on the gantry that there's 1 lap to go. Zhang Yicheng, a second clear now, pretty much, of Fa Weibo, and that should, on paper, be enough. Just got to keep it together for this last lap, not put too many silly moves together, just keep it nice and tidy. He carries the Red Bull helmet. He is a big Max Verstappen fan, and he really wants to put on a show worthy of him. He certainly has thus far. Fa Weibo is still close to him. He doesn't want to give up too much time to him. But the Chinese driver, just 10 years of age for the Peak Racing squad, certainly going very well indeed here. He's making a big impression on it. The man from Jiading in Shanghai, which is the district which hosts the Grand Prix in Formula One. It's one of the fastest growing districts in China. And it's a fabulous place. I've been to Jiading on a couple of occasions myself now. And Zhang Yicheng certainly trying to deal with the situation as best as possible. Fa Weibo is throwing everything at him for one final attack. Checks over his right shoulder. I know he's there. I've just got to keep running through these final few corners. I'm not going to lose that much time. Even if I lose a couple of tenths of a second, it's not going to be a big panic. And over the top of the crest. If you had Zhang Yicheng as a race winner this weekend in your bingo card, then full credit to you. Not many might have, but he certainly proved worthy of it. Out of the final turn, Zhang Yicheng takes the win for Peak Racing and China. Great drive. Fa Weibo second from Austin Lowe, Xiaobo Basalama and Carson Choi. Sixth position for Tiano Tuan. And then Xiaoboen from Darren Arthagani, Pimpak Huring Fatai, and in 10th position, it is Siddhavit Sriatanakul after a problem on the last lap for Marcus Colby. What a drive from Zhang Yicheng, the Chinese ace doing a great job and coming up with the win. Excellent performance from Zhang Yicheng in front of Fa Weibo and Austin Lowe. A brilliant race battle in cadet. They certainly gave us a nice one out there on the course, and it's a coming-of-age moment for the Muhua Motorsport team and Zhang Yicheng. The Muhua Motorsport team and Austin Lowe, coming home in third place. For Peak Racing, their man, Zhang Yicheng, getting the job done in fantastic fashion. Always nice to see drivers come through and get their first win. And certainly for the Peak Racing team, that will be a special one. They'll remember this one for quite some time. Not just grabbing the win, but doing so on merit. Really good driving and really good setup from the team. The tyre pressures were perfect. And Zhang Yicheng was able to take full advantage of the situation on a day and a race where others didn't quite get it right. So certainly a great one for the contenders who made good work of that. Back into the pit lane will come. And a very important win for all of the people watching back home in Shanghai, particularly in the Jiading district. Very good work indeed from the man who comes through in first position. Far Weeble with a second place then. After his 2 wins yesterday, that'll put him right up at the sharp end of the grid for the superheat later. I'm sure he'll be very happy with that performance. And it certainly puts him into a good position ahead of the superheat later, and certainly puts him still in contention for his first win in a final in the Cadet X30 category. They'll put his Kart Republic on the trolley. Hopefully we'll get a chance to have a quick word with Far Weeble after a very solid race battle out there on the course, still keeping himself very much in the mix. Far, good race out there, second position. Wasn't as easy to get the win on that occasion, but overall you must be happy with your races from the heats.
Yeah, I feel happy, but I don't feel happy finishing second. You know, everybody wants to finish first, and yeah.
So now you've got those 3 heats out of the way. You've got some very strong results going into the superheat later. What's your thinking? How do you think it's going to go?
I'm really confident for the superheat, and I hope I win the superheat in the final.
Okay, well, good luck for it today, Far. You drove beautifully. Well done.
Thank you.
Good effort so far from him. Austin Lowe getting an amazing ride out there as well in third position. Did a fantastic job. We'll see if we've got a... here's our man who got the job done overall. Zhang Cheng, what a great race. Your first win in IAME Series Asia, and it looked absolutely perfect out there. What can you tell us about what it was like out there on the circuit?
It's a very difficult race. And I try more lines on the track on the formation lap because there are 2 formation laps. So I have more lines to be faster.
It was really strong out there. The team really gave you a good setup as well. After that win in the superheat later, could that win be the first of many?
Yeah.
Good job. Well done, buddy.
Thank you.
Excellent result. Really, really nice to see drivers breaking through the shell and getting victories. It was a tough one out there for everybody. Check out, after that race, the condition of the wet tyres. You can see that there's a fair amount of wear on them, but you can also see there's not actually a lot of water actually getting through to the bottom of the tread. So it's wet enough for the top surface of the wets, but not a lot for the water to actually go through the treads and penetrate the bottom surface of the tyre. So it's starting to get towards that slick tyre point. I've noticed that the seniors getting ready for their race are still on wet tyres, but it pretty much looks like it could be slicks before too long. Let's see how the seniors crack on. So the cadet heats are over, and it's 5 wins for Indonesia, 1 for China. Very exciting battle thus far, and certainly for the breakout winners this weekend. Sababa Salama had already taken a win in his short career in Cadet X30, but for Far Weeble, Jaden Aria and Zhang Yicheng, it's brand new wins all the way. So I'm just wanting to keep an eye on the progress of this next heat because, of course, the senior X30 drivers, there's the third and final heat coming up. And after the progress yesterday, we had 2 wins for Aaron Garcia, a win for Shun Sekaguchi, and a win for Putra Adam. It's a very open contest in senior X30 as they go around on their formation lap. A big chance in this competition to work their way forward. Let's look at the grid positions on your screen. And we can see just how competitive this race is going to be from the outset. It'll be a very eager battle as all of the drivers are ready for another exciting showcase out on the course. Apologies, I couldn't talk you through the grid. I was still walking up the stairs. That shows you how fast things go in the world of Senior X30. They're still on their second formation lap, so I have got time to talk you through the grid. Aaron Garcia at the front with Rafael Kamal, and then Jonas Tan and Leonardo Mori. And then we've got Wadapong Yamchan and Bruce Chen from Freemanoi and Putra Adam. Then Kai Burke and Jerry T from Eshton Yong and Ethan Sito, Seto Kojima and Danish Chen. And then we have alongside them Conrad Garrow and Ratcharat Anantanakan from Arman Sahu, Tianwen Chen, Panu Stiemenkong, Nathan Aria, and Ethan Singer in position on the grid. 21st place for Ethan Singer. So we'll see how the contenders are ready to position themselves. There's a lot of drying lines here as the competitors are getting themselves warmed up and dialed in. Quite a few contenders ready for a big push as they work their way through. And of course, in Senior X30, you never quite know which decision is the right one. Pretty much everybody looks like they're on wet tires on this occasion. But of course, as this race plays itself out, slick tires could end up becoming the choice. And for the second Senior X30 heat, they're definitely going to be keeping an eye on the lap times of this one, because it's going to be really fascinating to see what happens. But it is Aaron Garcia, the IWF winner and double heat winner yesterday, who currently leads the rankings alongside the fiery and feisty Rafael Kamal. Could see a fascinating challenge from them. Then Jonas Tan and Leonardo Mori, along with Warpong Yamchan, Bruce Chen, then Ui, Adam, Burke, Ji, Yong, Sito, Kojima, and Danish Chen, with Conrad Garrow and Ratchavat Anantanakan in the mix as they come off the final turns and down the straight. Aaron Garcia is really making them wait for it as they go along the straight. Is it going to be a good start? Yes, it is. Clear start for Garcia. He's got an absolute magic launch. As the racers work their way through, there's a problem off the start for the 236, who comes off the course. That is a difficult start then for the 236 of Bruce Chen, who ends up off the road as the drivers work their way through the first hairpin. Couple of drivers just trying to make a move or two on the early lap to try and make some progress. But it is Garcia who leads the way. Rafael Kamal sliding in second place, almost trying to take the Spaniard on, and there's a spin in the middle as Kojima tries to make her move. And just a little bit of a love tap there with the Cosmic. I think that was Leonardo Mori, her teammate. So they slide their way through, and Garcia leads Kamal. Third position is still Jonas Tan, I believe. So they're having a very tough race of it as they work their way through. No, it's Warpong Yamchan who is in third position. So it is Pata Yamchan who is in position, up the inside, diving in. That is Leonardo Mori. Is off the road, goes the 245 of Putra Adam. He just skates off to the chicane, and he'll keep his position through that. So that's an interesting one for Putra Adam. He's got to be careful that he doesn't worry the officials on that one. Kamal, second position as he continues to make progress. And there's big battles in the midfield. Everyone trying to push and shove their way through in these slippery conditions. Oh, we've got a car with a missing side pod. One car's missing a side pod. It's the 220 of Panu Stiemenkong. Stiemenkong has not got a side pod, so surely he's going to get a technical flag for that. Panu Stiemenkong working his way through without a left side pod. And of course, if you lose a piece like that, that is a technical flag, because your kart is non-compliant. So Panu Stiemenkong is almost certainly going to get the mechanical flag. And the competition is really going well indeed out front for Aaron Garcia. He leads the way. Kamal in second. Third place is the 281. That's Kai Burke, who's worked his way up the order in front of Warpong Yamchan. So the battle going very strong indeed. Mori is next up in front of Putra Adam and Seto Kojima. Seto Kojima trying to shake off the intentions of her own teammate. That is the Element Motorsport Cosmic, I believe, actually, of Freeman Oy. So Freeman Oy is in the mix there. Here goes Garcia. Second for Rafael Kamal. Third for Kai Burke, who's really handling things well in these conditions. Unfortunately, my monitor has gone down in front of me, so I can't see what you guys can see. I can only see what is going on the circuit in front of me. So I'll tell you what's going on based on that, but my monitor is crashed in front of me, unfortunately. So hopefully that'll get fixed very soon. But the battle is certainly an interesting one up front. as Aaron Garcia leads the way from Rafael Kamal and Kai Burke. Fourth position, that is Warapong Yamchan in front of Putra Adam. And then it is Sera Kojima and Leonardo Mori as they battle away for position. A great run for the contenders. Sadly, my television pictures have just died in front of me, so I'm going to have to talk about what I can see in front of me on the circuit itself. Sera Kojima trying to make the move on the inside of Leonardo Mori. Mori is definitely making life hard for Kojima, who is, of course, Leonardo Mori's teammate at the 7 Racing team. But Aaron Garcia is just trying to take it nicely, neatly in position as he runs through at the front of the field. Second place, Kai Burke is going to get the run on Rafael Kamal up the hill. Kai Burke in a second position. Kamal's going to dive back to the inside. Kai Burke allows it to happen, waits for his bid to come by. Kamal shuts the door on him. Now Burke is going to try and wrestle his way back through on Kamal in the final turn. And as they go side by side down the straight, Kai Burke gestures as Panush Steenmankong gets the technical flag. So Panush Steenmankong has got the technical flag. And that was always going to happen with a missing side pod. So Panush Steenmankong has, I'm afraid, gone. Aaron Garcia leads the way. Second place then for Kai Burke in front of Rafael Kamal. And then it is the Paralin of Putra Adam ahead of Warapong Yamchan, Leonardo Mori, Sera Kojima, Conrad Garrow, Panush Steenmankong, who is out of the race, of course, technically speaking, because he's got a technical flag. So problems, I'm afraid to say then, for Panush Steenmankong. Well, fortunately, my monitor has come back, so that's good news. But Panush Steenmankong is going to be out of this race with a broken side pod, or a missing side pod, I should really say, because he doesn't have a side pod at the moment. So problems then as the competitors are having a little bit of argy-bargy out there on the course. Garcia still leading the way. Burke in second. And Kamal is dropping into the clutches now of Putra Adam in third and fourth place. Here comes the move from Adam. Adam looking for a bid to get past Rafael Kamal. So things are really getting tricky out there as the drivers continue. Panush Steenmankong once again getting the instruction that he has got a technical flag and must come in. And I think he's finally taken heed of the instruction. And he's finally elected to come into the pits and retire. So Panush Steenmankong finally dropping out of the race then. Big disaster for Panush Steenmankong. But through past Rafael Kamal now goes Putra Adam. Putra Adam's made his bid and gets in front. So Putra Adam is now into third position. The Malaysian doing a grand job as he continues his pace. Fifth place for Warapong Yamchan. And in sixth position is Mori from Kojima, Garrow, Chen, and Anantanakan. So Anantakan in 10th position in front of Nathan Arya and Jerry T. Ashton Yong, Ethan Sito, and Bruce Chen. Freeman Ui having an interesting run of it. And then it is Ethan Singer in 17th in front of Jonas Tan. So some good battles all the way as they run in totally close proximity. Aaron Garcia, 6 laps to go. On lap number 4, Kai Burke is 1.4 seconds behind him now. And the track is starting to get really dry out there. The competitors are waiting until the last possible minute to consider whether they go to slick tyres or not, because I think it might be slick tyre weather by the time this race ends. Certainly there are a couple of drivers trying to push to make a gain or two. And whoever is on slick tyres, if there is anyone in this race that's done it, this could be the time when their kart comes good. Certainly some big moments as the drivers are trying to push their way further forward. A big run for the drivers. That's Conrad Garrow having a nice little battle as he tries to make some progress. So Conrad Garrow is pushing his way forward here. I wonder if Conrad Garrow has decided to take the gamble. I wonder if Conrad Garrow has decided, you know what, we're far back down the order. Why don't we just put it onto slicks? I'm trying to see if he actually is on slick tyres. Hard to tell from a distance, but he certainly looks pretty darn quick out there. He's done a 1:21.5. He is on wets by the look of it, actually. But I tell you what, he has dealt with the situation out there better than most. And don't forget, that's the man who fought for last year's Junior X30 title, right down to the wire. This is clearly Singapore weather for Conrad Garrow, as Max Schilling points out beside me. Garthia, Burke, Adam, Kamal, and Yamchan, with Leonardo Mori and Seata Kojima now being hunted down. Conrad Garrow has dealt with Kojima. Now he's got to try and catch up to Leonardo Mori. 4 laps to go. 6 laps completed out of the 10 that are going to run for this race. But really good battles thus far, and it's only going to continue to be that way. Excellent racing all the way through. And still there's more battles to come. So the contenders are still having a good run. Down to the inside line. This is getting tricky for Mori. He wants to make the move on Wadapong Yamchan. But Putter is making life hard for him. Putter trying to go for the move on Rafael Kamal. Kamal is sliding around. The rear tyres seem to have gone for Rafael Kamal. Here comes Yamchan, swarming around, trying to pick a move. Kamal makes his Birolot as wide as a Buick. Off the turn he goes again. Up on the curbs, Yamchan trying to get past. Come on, Rafa, get out of the way. And Wadapong Yamchan trying every trick in the book. Leonardo Mori's right with them, of course. And in the background, that's Conrad Garrow, the Arrow. Wadapong Yamchan going strong up the crest. Trying to get through into 4th position. I cannot afford to get held up by you anymore, he says. We've got Leonardo Mori on our tail. Come on, man, move over. Trying to get the move on the inside. And again, Kamal covers the inside. This has shades of Clement Outram in Genk a couple of weeks ago in IAME Benelux. But this time, there can be no doubt Yamchan's going to find the move through. He gets by, and the door's still open. Leonardo Mori surely going to follow in as well. Kamal slides, and Mori's got them both. Leonardo Mori slingshots past both of them. Thanks, boys. You slide around. This is like the teacups at Disneyland on the inside. That's a beautiful move from Yamchan. He gets himself back in the 4th position, and Kamal is left floundering. Mori tries to come back on a Yamchan on the curb, but it's wonderful stuff as through goes Yamchan into 4th position. Here comes Kamal, back for more on the inside of Mori. Mori reads it and takes him back again. Now he's up on the curbs. The back end kicks out as he lands, but Mori clearly has better tyres than Rafael Kamal right now. And so Mori is able to get more grip out of them. The slick tyres look like they're being prepared for the drivers in pit lane. Yes, they're all getting ready to go onto slicks for the next heat. And so Garthia will just have to tiptoe around for a couple more laps in the lead. He looks over his shoulder, Garthia. He knows that Kai Burke is relatively close. Kai Burke is only a second back. So if Kai Burke can make up half a second on this lap, and then do it again on the next, he's got one shot to try and make this win come back to him. And Kai Burke has come up from 9th on the grid to get where he is. Absolutely amazing work from the man from Bundaberg. So he's still putting on a big showcase here. Good run from Kai Burke, who never, ever gives up. Has a great chance to move his way forward. So through they go again. Garthia leads the way. Burke in second. The Bundaberg bouncer is going after him. Garthia going well. But a 1:20.6 on the last lap. That really tells us that it's slick tyre weather now. But they're all on wets and they can't do anything about it. So Garthia has Kai Burke breathing down his neck. And Kai Burke seems to have looked after the tyres even better than Garthia has. So how much time is Burke going to have been able to make up on this lap? There is Burke. Kai Burke doing everything he can to close up on Garthia, who has to take a wide line out of the hairpin and then cut back for the inside radius. Garthia looks over his shoulder. He knows that Kai Burke is right there, and he's made half a second on this lap. There's only 6/10. Kai Burke may get a shot into the final hairpin of the final lap. He's got to keep the faith. He'll have made up some time in the slipstream of Aaron Garthia in the toe. So Burke has made a lot of ground here. This isn't over. Garthia being hunted down by the Bundaberg bouncer, Kai Burke. Garthia is an IWF winner, a Euro Series winner, an IAME Winter Cup winner, second in the Asia final. But Kai Burke, he's the Bundaberg bouncer. You're not going to hold him back. He really is throwing everything at it. He's got great grip in these circumstances as Kai Burke, and he's eating up the road in front of him. He could really use one more lap because if he gets one more lap, he's certainly going to have a crack at Garcia. He may just run out of time here, but he's going to try. Under the bridge. Up through the triple left-hander. If Burke can come through with a lot more pace, then there may be a shot in the final hairpin. He's going to keep pushing. He's going to keep pushing. They go down the hill, and I just don't think he's close enough. He's given it everything he's got, but Garcia's going to hold on to this one. A great race and a good effort. Burke is going to try, but it's not enough. Garcia makes it 3 from 3. Kai Burke is second after a big push at the end. Third position for Putra Adam in front of Wallapong Yamchan, Leonardo Mori, and it should be Rafael Kamal just losing out to Conrad Garrow. Just managing to come through in front of Conrad Garrow, Seta Kojima, Danish Chen, and Rajarat Anantakan. So a very good effort indeed there, but it is Garcia who makes it 3 out of 3, and he will go into pole position for the superheat, and that certainly sets up the Spaniard for a wham-bam dash here at Kuala Lumpur at the LYL circuit. Brilliant racing thus far from Aaron Garcia. He has just been immaculate since the start of the week, only driving as fast as he needs to. He was so strong in the wet session when his outlap was full gas, and he ended up going 3.5 seconds quicker than anybody else in those conditions, and it's kept him at the front all week long. 3 wins out of 3 then for the Spaniard, Aaron Garcia. And I can tell you that all of the drivers putting their karts into the holding area are all going on slicks. So it's very much done and dusted for the wets for the moment as the LYL circuit goes back to dry running, at least for the moment. There are still damp patches here in the paddock behind us to give us an indication that we've had some rain thus far. Almost getting run over by a fireball. The perils of being a commentator in the paddock. Oh, I'll tell you what, you go that way, I'll go this way. It's all right, see you in court. Right, we're going to work our way forward into the paddock once again and find the drivers who made a fascinating show of that last race. Putra Adam coming through for another top 3 finish. It certainly looks good for him on his return to the DRM Paralympic squad. He's been making a very decent job of it over the course of this weekend. He took a win yesterday. He's got a third today. So Putra Adam definitely keeping himself in the mix and putting on a good show on his return. Putra, third position to back up the win from yesterday. Not a bad position for you to be in, but it was clear at the end there. Wets on slicks, never easy.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. I had a bad start, but then pace looked good, and we managed to climb our way all the way up to third. Good heat results, and now we focus on the super heat.
Just give us some kind of indication as to what it's like running on wet tires on a track that's clearly designed for slicks at the end.
Towards the end, it got very slippery, but I think the 3 of us in the front has really good pace compared to the others. We managed to nail the setup on that, so yeah, really happy.
It's 50-50 how the superheats are going to be in terms of weather conditions. We may have rain, we may have sunshine. How are you feeling in either case?
I don't mind either, you know, rain or shine, we still go racing, and we'll be prepared for both.
Okay, good job so far, Putra. Well done.
Thank you.
So a fascinating run to third position. Let's see if we can find Kai Burke, who did such a great job in that one to put Aaron Garcia under pressure right the way to the end. Kai, you were really putting on the steam there. I think you needed one more lap, really, to properly challenge for the win. You just ran out of time in the end there, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, we got stuffed around a bit on the start, but overall, pretty good race, but good pace. So we know if it rains, we're there or thereabouts. But yeah, overall happy with the comeback so far. After
a couple of really unhappy weekends in terms of luck, it looks like it's starting to come back to you a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a bit of trouble. Like at Macau, we had a dodgy set of tyres. So it's just, coming together now. So we'll see.
All right, good luck for the Super Heat later, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
We'll wander around the back and we'll see if we can grab a word with the man who's been on top ever since the start of the first heat. Aaron, that was an interesting one. Again, you managed to take advantage in the first couple of laps and that kind of looked after you, but yet again, a race where you had to run pretty much in dry conditions on wet. It's never easy.
Well, I mean, it was really good. We managed to take the gap on the first lap, so yeah, at the end we just managed the tires. So I think we do a really good job, so I think we have 4 super heats, so we need to keep working and try to win it.
Is there still something to find in the super heats? Are you quite confident it's going to be an easy job, or do you feel that there's still stuff to work on to get ready for it?
Well, I think at the moment we have everything to win. So yeah, we just need to put everything together on the super heat. So try to get the pole for the final.
Okay, well, perfect so far. Good luck for that one.
Thank you.
Always wonderful to see these drivers putting on such a great showcase in Senior X30. There is another Senior X30 race right around the bend. They're heading out onto the circuit, and they're on slicks. This should be blinding. So as the Senior X30 drivers head out onto the circuit for their next encounter, it is definitely slick weather conditions out there now on the circuit. It dries so quickly here at LYL. Don't forget, we're 120 feet above sea level at this point. And it's very hot indeed in Malaysia anyway, particularly in this part of Selangor. So when it's dry, it's very, very quick to dry out the circuit. And we end up having a really reasonable run of it. The senior drivers warming up and getting ready for the show. So as the field goes around to warm up the tyres and brakes to optimum temperature, you can see the drivers' positions on your screens. And it's definitely a very competitive one again, but this time on slicks. So it's time to put two of the fastest young men in the Senior X30 field on the front row of the starting grid. Andrea Galimberti versus Shun Sekiguchi. This should be an absolutely fascinating duel. Andrea Galimberti is probably one of the unluckiest men in the field in 2026. At least 2 podium finishes in the finals this year, robbed through bad luck and mechanical misfortune. But this time, he is adamant. I'm going to win this final, and I'm going to win it my way. So Andrea Galimberti determined to make it work. But alongside him, Shun Sekiguchi of the Gold Motorsport team from Japan, the son of the legendary sports car and single-seater racer Yui Sekiguchi, with Shun there on the front row of the grid, definitely proving that the apple hasn't fallen far from the tree. But the man in third position has got to be watched out for, Michele Masurier, on the Tony Kart for Stratos Motorsport. They had a bit of an issue with setup yesterday. That's what kept Michele Masurier off the top spot. But they know exactly what went wrong. They're looking to cure it, and they think they've got the pace for today. Of course, it's rained since then. So hopefully they've been on top of the situation. But Dylan Tan is alongside him. He's definitely going to be a top contender. And don't count out Zadiev Raikal of Malaysia, alongside Dominic Setiavan, the Komodo Dragon, P6 on the grid. Travis Teo alongside Toby Gale. Then Paco Sarmiento of the Philippines. Sonny Ratcliffe in 10th place alongside him. Then Dylan Lowe is alone on row 6 from Li Wei Chen. Ryan Gunawardena. And then Sraunuras Papichaya Yamchan from Aidan Forbes, Amir Danish, Melvin Shane, Caleb Tan, and Michael Henderson. They come off the final turn, and we're going to go to race conditions. Off we go. Great start for the Masurier. He pulls across to keep back Sekiguchi. Galimberti slides through turn 1. Raikal bangs into the Masurier, and they both go out wide. Galimberti gets away with it. Fantastic. He dodges the drama as several karts have gone wide on the far side, and there's problems on slicks already. It's not perfectly bone dry, and so it's still a little bit slippy out there on slick tyres. As Galimberti leads the way, everybody's doing their best to get up to speed. Have they all gone for slicks a little too early? I'll tell you what, it's certainly making an exciting opening lap as Galimberti leads the way, but only just in front of Travis Teo. Here comes the fireball on the inside. An amazing charge through the field for the 2-3-1. Sonny Ratcliffe. Sonny Ratcliffe all the way up into third position, fourth position now on the opening lap. And into the lead goes the man up front. No longer Andrea Galimberti. It's the Birla of Toby Gale. How did he do that? Absolutely extraordinary from Toby Gale. An absolute steal from the tie. Just a stunning bit of racecraft. And still, Toby Gale seems to find ways of impressing us just when we think we've seen everything. Second place now is Galimberti. trying to fight his way back into it. In fact, he's not in second. It's Teo, then Dylan Tan, then Galimberti, who's made the move back again on Sonny Ratcliffe. Absolutely astonishing scenes here. And now we've got to push through from Srata Nordas, who's going to try and take on the Philippines youngster Paco Sarmiento. Very tough scenes here as Galimberti's trying to salvage this win back again. Pole position on slick tyres, but maybe it was too early. Ratcliffe's going for it on Galimberti, and he's back in front. Fantastic bit of racecraft from Sonny Ratcliffe. Still new to IAME Series Asia. Galimberti's going to try and get him back again in the next apex. Oh, he forces the issue. He makes Ratcliffe bow out of the corner. Galimberti taking the place with smart racecraft. So it's Gale, Teo, Tan, Galimberti, Ratcliffe and Setiovan. Sarmiento, Anoras, Forbes and Raikal in the top 10. Aidan Forbes up there in the top 10 having a great race. So Aidan Forbes is making a real play of this and fighting his way forward. Oh, somebody's slowing. Somebody's slowing there at the top of the hill. It's one of the Tony karts. Losing a lot of places. So somebody losing some big ground there on the far side. I think that might be Aidan Forbes. Mikola Masurier, by the way, is all the way down in 13th after the start. Not what he needed at all. And it is indeed Aidan Forbes who slips all the way to 12th position, unfortunately. Meanwhile, still a decent battle up front as Dylan Tan is trying to chase after Travis Teo. God, they're really having to throw the kart around to gain some positions here and try and get more out of the tyres. Big battle further back as Setiovan dives in on the inside of Sarmiento and Anoras to defend the position. But it really is looking to be pretty tricky out there as the top 5 are well clear. Here's the battle for 6th position, and look at it. Setiovan, Sarmiento, Anoras, Masurier, and that looks to be Melvin Shane, I think, in the middle of it all. Down to the braking zone for the chicane and trying to stay hungry out there. Not easy. The battle for 9th. Zariev Raikal and Mikola Masurier, really innocent victims of what happened in the first turn. But nobody really made any silly moves. It was just difficult to find the grip, but a flat-out turn 1 on slicks on the first time. And everyone was sliding around. So now Setiovan trying to defend from the Masurier. My goodness me, that really needed some proper skills from Le Masurier to hold on to that one. What an amazing bit of racecraft from Le Masurier. Lightning reflexes from the Australian. And now he's got to try and keep Sarmiento at bay. Too late. Sarmiento's gone. So as Sarmiento gets through, Setiovan, Sarmiento, Le Masurier, and here comes Aidan Forbes again in 10th place. Meanwhile, Toby Gale is leading for the first time this weekend, and it couldn't be better time for him. Still shuffling the deck. That's Shun Sakaguchi trying to move his way back up the order. So the Japanese driver really caught out at the start. He was second on the grid, don't forget. Sakaguchi, Le Masurier, and Raikal all got caught out on the first lap, and they all lost masses of positions. They're all now wrestling to try and work their way back on a circuit that isn't really giving them what they want. Out to the inside. And Anoras thought he had a move there on the inside line. Oh no, sorry, that's the 202. That's Ryan Gunawardena. So Ryan Gunawardena, the Sri Lankan, trying to work his way through on the inside. Very much following in the footsteps of Yvan David, who came through this paddock so many years ago. Now he's racing in FIA Formula 3, of course, having recently taken a second place finish at the British Grand Prix. Roll on the talent from Sri Lanka. There's quite a bit of it this weekend, of course, because we've also got Lennon Barchi in junior, and we've got Tanesha Radella in cadet. So Sri Lanka well represented this weekend in IAME Series Asia. Masurier, meanwhile, is trying to get back on terms with Paco Sarmiento. And look at the top 4. They're tightening up. Gale, Tan, Teo, Galimberti. 4 of the best drivers in the world in Senior X30. And they're absolutely on it. Gale, Dylan Tan, Travis Teo, and Andrea Galimberti all tight together as Toby Gale can't get away from Dylan Tan. Gale looks over his shoulder. It's also a fascinating challenge up in the 4 different teams we've got up here. Birilat Asia, LOR Racing, DRM Paralin, and the Top 1 Motorsport team. 2 Kart Republics, a Birilat, and a Paralin. And 4 very different racing lines as well. So Toby Gale leads Tan, Teo, and Galimberti. 5th position, Sonny Ratcliffe. So impressed with Ratcliffe this weekend. Coming in as a first-timer in Senior X30, and he's shown some real flair and real pace. Raikal, P6 again from Setyavan, Namasuri, Sarmiento, Gunavardhana, Swat Anoras and Aidan Forbes. Shun Sakaguchi 13th from Amir Danish, Melvin Shane, Dylan Lowe, Banya Yamchan, Lee Wei Tsen, Michael Henderson, and Caleb Tan. But Dylan Tan is trying to close up on Toby Gale for the lead. The top 4 well clear. Goodness me, they are well clear. Sonny Ratcliffe is about 2 seconds back, and then there is Zadia Raikal on his own. Setyavan, Namasuri, Gunavardhana, and Paco Sarmiento. Some amazing battles in the midfield, just as there is at the front. The drivers continuing to put on a decent show as they run their way through. But it is a very competitive and very even field as the drivers try to get a little bit more out of their tyres in the final 5 laps. But of course, the slick tyres have not had the same punishment that they usually do. Whoa! Lovely move on the inside up the hill from Ahmed Danish. Ahmed Danish finds the inside line and finds the space to go with him there. That is the 2:29 of Dylan Lowe. He gets through on the 2:99 of Aidan Forbes as well. The tyres seem to be dropping a little bit there. So as a result, it's getting pretty spicy. And the competition is really starting to look intense at that midfield. Meanwhile, though, Toby Gale has suddenly found a qualifying lap and pulled clear of Dylan Tan. And now Sonny Ratcliffe has closed up on the rest. So Sonny Ratcliffe is closing up as Travis Teo has got ahead of Andrea Galimberti again. Galimberti was up to 3rd. Teo's got back in front, and now he's going to try and take on Dylan Tan as Sonny Ratcliffe closes up on the Italian, Andrea Galimberti. Here's the move. Ratcliffe tries. He gets it. Excellently done. Galimberti trying to wrestle his way back. You're going to have to wait, Andrea. Sonny Ratcliffe puts Fireball back into the top 5 in Senior X30 for the first time in ages. Wonderful to see. Morgan Loganathan's crew back in the top 5, courtesy of Sonny Ratcliffe. So through turn 1, Sonny Ratcliffe really has found the sweet spot, but Galimberti's got bags of pace in a straight line. He's going to dive on the inside, and he'll take 4th position at the hairpin back again. Galimberti back into 4th place. Ratcliffe's coming back at him. Side by side. Ratcliffe versus Galimberti. Galimberti's made it for the moment, but Ratcliffe trying to come back at him. Sonny Ratcliffe just will not relent. This is wonderful racing. And as soon as Galimberti's got through, Ratcliffe's going to come back at him. Dives to the inside. Big move. Ratcliffe takes Galimberti back. Fantastic. These two men absolutely on the limit of what they can do. And Ratcliffe and Galimberti, it's almost personal between these two now. Ratcliffe makes it stick. Galimberti down to 5th. And he will be enraged. So frustrated for sure. So up to the final hairpin again. And Ratcliffe's put a bit of daylight between himself and the moves. The big one is going to come from Dylan Tan in turn 1. He's gone up to Gale. And Gale is now a sitting target for Tan and Teo. Dylan Tan trying to squeeze through. Gale cuts across with 2 laps to go. Dylan Tan makes it. Gale going to come back on the inside. Teo going with him. 3 wide. Gale holds on to it. Dylan Tan trying to come back. They're sideways. Travis Teo sweeps in. Travis Teo sweeps in on both of them and takes the lead away. Stunning from Travis Teo. Read the racing beautifully and switched back on them from 3rd to 1st. Travis Teo, that's why he's a Senior X30 champion. Don't you forget it. Wonderful from Travis Teo. Now Toby Gale's got to try and fight him back. Gale looking for the move as they go up the bridge. All 3 of these drivers are really struggling for grip. Up the hill, over the crest, down the drop. We've got just over a lap to go. Wide from Teo. Gale's going to make the move in the final bend. And Gale takes the lead again. This is going to go down to the flag. 1 lap to go. Gale looks over his shoulder. Teo's still there. He'll cut to the inside. Gale's already there to respond. Watch out for Dylan Tan in the background. He'll try and pick up the moves on them both. Gale sideways. Wide from Teo. Dylan Tan cuts back around the outside. Oh, he's on the curbs! Sideways as he cuts through! Gale goes sideways! Dylan Tan backs wheels! They've gone wide! And Teo's done it again! Yet again! In 2 consecutive laps, Travis Teo finds the overtake of overtakes on the penultimate and the final lap. Unbelievable! This race has got all the hallmarks of a final, and it's only Heat 3. Travis Teo was right there for the taking as Dylan Tan and Toby Gale get into the wars. But Travis Teo's got all the time in the world now. Gale in second, Tan in third, Galimberti back in front of Ratcliffe, and they're going to scrap to the last line. Ratcliffe slides in on Galimberti, gets 4th place in the penultimate turn, and it's Travis Teo. What a stunner from Travis Teo. Gale in second, Dylan Tan third, from Sally Ratcliffe and Andrea Galimberti. That is one of the best heats you're ever going to see. And Travis Teo pulls off the impossible move twice. Absolutely stunning racing. Travis Teo has to dig deep on multiple occasions to find the magic to grab the win. Toby Gale second, Dylan Tan in third. Oh my word. Just when you think you've seen everything you're going to see in a weekend from Senior X30, you get a duel like that. Magic, pure magic from Senior X30 again. This really is the best racing in the world. You could put Formula One in front of me. You could put the Le Mans 24 Hours in front of me. You could put the Indy 500 in front of me. They're all great. They're all amazing. But they can't give you what karting can. You just don't know what's coming. From one lap to the next, you've got no idea. Absolutely astonishing. Yet again, pound for pound, quality for quantity. There's nothing like X30 racing. IAME, endless. Grazie tutti. Absolutely amazing again. And Travis Teo delivers, the former Senior X30 champion, really starting now to get back to his best. He took a long time out of the seat, but it looks like he's never been away. Pure majesty from Travis Teo. 2 laps in a row, finding the move to grab the win. It's one thing to make a move like that once in a race, but twice on 2 consecutive laps, both of them being the last laps, that's pure magic. And Travis Teo getting back to what he does best. Absolutely amazing. Let's have a quick word. Travis, I've seen you make some moves in this sport, but that last lap, that's really put some thunder back in your pipes, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really does. I was lucky 2 times where Dylan tried to go the move of Toby and where they both go wide. And on the last lap, they both tangle a bit, which gave me a gap to pull away and secure the win.
From your position when you were trying to chase after them, would you say it started to get a little bit personal out there, or is there a desperation to try and get these results in the bag? Is it just general?
I mean, it's still in the heats. I'm trying to stay safe, finish off the heats, and yeah, we fight for the pre-final and final later on.
Some great results for you this weekend. Super heat coming up. Confident going in?
Yes. Thank you.
Nice and simple. Well done, Travis. We'll have a quick word, if we can, with Toby Gale after a fantastic race with Dylan Tan. I'd like to have a word with Dylan as well, but he seems to be exiting pretty quick. Toby, thanks for giving us some entertainment. We all enjoyed that. Another decent top 3 finish. It sets you up nicely for the next one. How do you feel about everything that went on?
Yeah, really confident. Chassis was really good there. Obviously, it was difficult because every single lap we were exploring and, you know, everyone else was just following. But obviously with that incident that happened, I think, on the last lap, that was unfortunate. But again, it's racing and hopefully we can just keep on our momentum for the final.
You don't seem to be too aggrieved about it, so I guess it's all fair in love and war?
Yeah, obviously, you know, there's no point ranting on about it. It's time to move on. And just eyes on Superheat now, and let's see how it goes.
Mature outlook, Toby. We'd love to see it. Good job.
Thank you.
Always a great battle, and it looks like we're already chasing our tails because the juniors are out there for the first of our super heats. So, with the heats all done, it's time to get into the big show. The winners of these races will set themselves up beautifully for the final. So to the Junior X30 Superheat. Been a very solid run all the way, and it's been very exciting from the outset. Everybody tuning in from all across Asia to put themselves into a very intense and exciting battle. It was always going to be ever thus. And now for the Junior X30 Superheat, it's time to go for some championship points. The person who ends up on pole position for the final after this race, with the combined results of the heats and the Superheat, comes away with 10 championship points. It's so important to get this race done the right way. The next 10 championship points will be organized and sorted out after this Superheat. And Junior X30 has been super competitive this weekend, one of the biggest grids that we've had in the class for quite some time. Always exciting to see what the Junior X30 guys will give us. And they've certainly been very exciting from the outset. The grid position's on your screen. And everybody ready for what is promising to be an exciting battle all the way. Pole position for Jake Kostecki after 2 wins yesterday alongside his countryman Knox Black. Then it is Punsuk Samsungchai and Sanjana Dandu from Sahel Singh and the mighty Kato Lloyd. Then it's Chevy Thompson and Kevin Sumavanichinon with Ryder Tiong and Siddharth Ketsuwan. Akil Rungta and Carsten Chong from Michael Lederer of Austria and Mason Kwong of Hong Kong, the championship leader. He's going to have to fight his way back from 14th. Ku Hao Tian of China, alongside the Sydney boy wonder, Judah Moon. Everybody watching back home in Sydney, I know, will be really excited to see what he can do from the 8th row of the grid. For Bazathorn Silaba Banleng, alongside Ryan Wafi. And then Hobart Yao, alongside Sujana Dandu, twin sister of Sanjana. Then Santok Singh and Jackson Gate, Noah Zampronio and Brody Martin. From Medina Kamaruzaman, Alta Fridwan, followed by Jody Rowland and the Sri Lankan Lennon Barchi. And so to the Junior Superheat then, 12 laps of the course. The person who's leading at the end of this Superheat in the rankings will get 10 championship points and pole position for the final. A lot riding on this one. Here we go. A great start to the first corner as Kostecki moves to the middle of the road and tries to cut off his opponents. There's a slide through turn 1. And it carts all over the shop. They've got to try and get through without incident as Kostecki's already got pressure from Knox Black. Black is trying to make the moves around the outside. There's a little bit of tippy-toe at the front end of the field. Black's got to move on Kostecki. This could be enough to go for the lead as Kostecki is trying to hold it all over the top. Goodness me, that was one of the top ones going wide. And there's more contact. More carts going sideways as a result of it all. Oh, goodness me. It all got messy as everybody tried to go for the same bit of racetrack there. And there's still more drama. Still drivers missing their braking points. It's not easy to get used to the slick tyres in slightly damp conditions. But there's an awful lot of mistakes on this first lap as everybody's trying to get used to things. So hopefully everybody's going to get through without too much drama, but it's certainly a tricky opening lap. Out in front, though, it is still Jake Kostecki. He's got a bit of pressure on him from the 2 men chasing after him from behind. And as they complete the first lap, it's certainly a very intense one. On the inside, that's Carsten Chong. He makes the sweep to get the overtaking move up into, I think, 5th position. So Kostecki leads. Ryder Tiong in 2nd from Rungta, Black, Thompson, Gu, Chong, Lederer, and the Sujana and Sanjana Dandu combo. So many drivers out of position, including Mason Kwong, who is down in 18th position after all the chaos of the opening lap. So the championship leader in difficulty. The race leader, Jake Kostecki, just keeping things in his stride at the moment. Ryder Tiong, Akil Rungta, Knox Black, and Chevy Thompson in the top 5. Still some good battles everywhere you look. And a very tricky run down the inside. Carts all over the shop as they're still making big moves. And that was Kato Lloyd getting it slightly wide there as he dived on the inside of Sanjana Dandu. And I think he lost out to Ketsuwan and Sahil Singh in the process. But Kostecki under big pressure here from Ryder Tiong. Ryder Tiong is looking for a move to get into the lead for the first time in his short INF1NITY IAME Series Asia career. And Akil Rungta is right there on the Tony car. Oh, big run wide from Tiong. And that's enough for Akil Rungta into 2nd place. So a good charge forward now as Akil Rungta gets into P2. The 29R driver from Singapore now making his bid, and Ryder Tiong has lost a lot of momentum as a result of that run wide. Here comes Akil Rungta all over the back of Jake Kostecki. And he's going to make the move to the inside. Akil Rungta side by side with Kostecki for the lead. And Rungta's going to make the move. Akil Rungta hits the front in Junior X30. A fabulous bit of racecraft from the Singaporean. And it's the first time he's ever led in Junior X30. And he totally deserves it. So now Rungta holds on from Kostecki. Knox Black was in third position. Now he's fallen back a little bit. Third place, that's Chevy Thompson now on the Kart Republic. He's having a great race weekend as well. Chevy Thompson, the LOR Racing Kart Republic driver, doing a grand job running in third position at the moment. Up the crest, over the top of the rise. And Jake Kostecki doesn't have things all his own way like he did yesterday. He's going to have to work for it. Here comes Thompson on the inside, and he's back down to third, Jake Kostecki. So Rungta leads. Thompson second, Kostecki is third. But they're going to work together to get back on terms with Akil Rungta. The toe is incredible. And here comes Thompson to the lead. Kostecki goes with him. They both kick out wide. And Kostecki nearly takes the lead back. Kostecki on the outside. Slices in a second. Rungta trying to get back in. And here comes Gu Hao Tian. Gu Hao Tian on the Formula K going big guns blazing. Fantastic racing for Gu Hao Tian. So, fourth position. Trying to get the moves here on Akil Rungta. There goes Gu Hao Tian. Dives in for third. Lovely job from the Chinese driver on the Formula K. There's contact further back. And several drivers losing ground as a result. So that was Michael Lederer, Ryder Tsiong, and Knox Black getting into it, I think. And they've lost themselves quite a bit of momentum. So the top four are now well clear. Knox Black is through into fifth place. Got the jump. Oh, contact. And off the road. Oh dear. I think that is Sujana Dandu. And off the road as well goes Ryder Tsiong. Ryder Tsiong's gone off the road a couple of corners further on. Oh dear. It's getting a little bit messy out there. Oh, final turn. 3 karts together. That's Santok Singh going off the road with the 173 of Kato Lloyd, who's out. It's absolute pandemonium here in Junior X30 now. Santok Singh recovers. And that's game over for the 123. So I'm afraid it really is done and dusted for Altaf Ridwan. So Brody Martin is out, Herbert Yao is out, Altaf Ridwan is out, and so is Sujana Dandu. Well, Sujana Dandu did actually get going again, but down at the back of the field. There's Kato Lloyd recovering after his moment with the 108 in there. That's Sanjana Dandu. Both of them dropping down the order. So it's absolute mayhem at the moment in Junior X30. Every lap it's changing up as Lloyd and Dandu are having a great scrap. Further back, it's all chaos further in the pack as well. Goodness me, it's hard to know where to look in Junior X30. It really is. Side by side, coming off the turn for third position. That's Akil Rungta. Again, having a look at Gu Hao Tian as the race leader is Chevy Thompson. Chevy Thompson looking good here from Jake Kostecki. As Gu Hao Tian is trying to get away from Akil Rungta. Knox Black in fifth, side by side. That is the JDP. A very interesting duel as they go through. That's Jackson Gate trying to make progress as Akil Rungta finds the move on Gu Hao Tian on the Muhua Motorsport machine. So Akil Rungta through into third place on the 29R Tony car. Every single lap it is changing around in Junior X30. One of the craziest races we've ever seen in the category. And Chevy Thompson is doing a grand job in the lead from Jake Kostecki, Gu Hao Tian, Akil Rungta, Knox Black, and Karsten Chong in the HB. Lederer, Zempronio, Lloyd, and Sanjana Dandu from Mason Kwong and Juddy Rowland. Great drive from Juddy Rowland from the back row up into P12. He says he doesn't like the wet conditions. Well, in the dry, he's doing an amazing job to return to form. Bumsik Sung Chai and Kevin Sipavanichinon outside the top 10. Then Wafi, Kazaruzaman, Gate, Silva Banlang, Sahil Singh, and Judah Moon of Sydney. Jake Kostecki trying to get himself back into the lead, biding his time, not rushing it. He knows it's a long race. There is Noah Zempronio. What a drive from him. Up to 8th position. Amazing ride through. Big move from Chevy Thompson. A massive amount of load on the cart. It was 3 wheels on the deck and 1 in the air as he went under the brakes there in the hairpin. And now he's got to defend his move from Jake Kostecki. Third position, Akil Rungta from Gu, Black, Chong, Lederer, Zempronio, and Kato Lloyd still battling away with Sanjana Dandu. Kostecki all over the back of Thompson. Oh, big impact. Two carts come together there at the hairpin. Two carts have come off the road at the hairpin, and that's a big incident for those two. That's the treble one. That is the Rush Performance cart of Judah Moon going off the road there with the barrel art of Papazathon Silaba I believe. So the two of them have come off together. That is indeed Silaba and Judah Moon. They've come off and they're out of the race. That's very unfortunate indeed for them. 5 laps to go, and they're not going to see the checkered flag. So there's going to be yellow flags at the hairpin. I don't think we need a slow board, but we do need yellow flags on that hairpin, so there's not going to be any overtaking on that particular part of the course. Fortunately, I'm glad to say that both Judah Moon and Papazathon Silaba are okay. They're just disappointed and out of the race. So no overtaking. Jake Kostecki has to back out of the move because of the yellow flag. He does what he should do. Oh, and there's contact further back as they're still tuning for position, but they shouldn't be racing. They're under yellow flags. And the 1-2-2 does make a move under yellow flags. That's a mistake from Kevin Sipavanichanon. You're not supposed to overtake under yellow flag conditions. We've had another off back at the hairpin at turn 3. Two carts come off together there. That is the parallel of the 108 of Sanjana Dandu. So Sanjana Dandu's come off the road, and I'm trying to see who's gone off with her as they come through. Is it Mason Kwong? Has Mason Kwong come off the road with Sanjana Dandu? There were two carts off the road there at the hairpin, and it looked like one of them was a parallel as well. So I think we've lost both of them. We have. Sanjana Dandu and Mason Kwong out of this race up at turn 4. Mason Kwong, the championship leader, is out. That is big disaster for Mason Kwong, a proof that absolutely anything can happen in Junior X30. So that's another 2 big names gone. Sanjana Dandu is out, and so is the championship leader, Mason Kwong. This is an absolutely crazy day of racing in Junior X30. Still the battles are raging. Still the tussles out on the course are relentless. That's what they say about IAME, relentless racing, and it couldn't be more true today here in KL. Chevy Thompson and Jake Kostecki still nose to tail. Is this going to be the breakthrough victory for Chevy Thompson? Jake Kostecki right behind him. Still looking good for pole for the superheat. Is up the inside. That's Knox Black. Brilliant from Knox Black. Such a tough move in turn 1 on Guho Tian. And he makes it stick. Now Kostecki's going for the move and going for the lead. And he's got it. Jake Kostecki retakes the lead then from Chevy Thompson. Big racecraft needed now. Chevy Thompson's coming back at Jake Kostecki. 3 laps to go. And Chevy Thompson can taste his first win. He's not going to let Jake Kostecki get away with this one easily. Still trying to go away with him. As they get down to the braking zone for the hairpin, they know that Knoxback is not far away. They can't afford to lose ground, but Chevy Thompson's going for it. On the inside. Beautiful. Chevy Thompson retakes the lead. Chevy by name, Chevy by nature. He really is quick out there. Amazing stuff. And Chevy Thompson absolutely rip-roaring around the LYL circuit. And look who's joined the party. It's Knox Black. He's right in there to try and steal this away. 2 laps to go, and Knox Black can sense the win is coming. Jake Kostecki goes for the move. Chevy Thompson holding his station. Knox Black is eating into the gap. Up to the braking zone, in through the hairpin. Knox Black looking for his dive on the inside line. It's not going to happen at turn 5. Down towards the hairpin. Kostecki looks for the inside. The door is wide open. They both drift wide. Black's going to get 1. Can he get 2? He's got to hang back. He'll try and make the switch back on the next turn because he's got Akil Rungta with him. Kostecki, Thompson, Black, Rungta. Now there's a nudge into the hairpin. And there's another nudge further back as Lederer gets his move with Kato Lloyd as they both get the move on Guhao Tian. So Kostecki is leading. Then it is Thompson, Black, and Akil Rungta. Under the bridge. Triple left-hander. Kostecki really hoping to hold on to this with a lap and a half to go. They come up over the bridge. A big move on the inside from Knox Black. Is he going to take the move on Thompson? Thompson back to the inside. They could lose ground to Kostecki here. Thompson loses it on the switch. And Black is going to get back alongside him. Here comes Rungta. And Kostecki's got daylight, but they're going to catch him big time in the toe. Up to turn 3 again. Thompson looks for it. Kostecki moves to cover. They get out wide. Black's going to make the dive on the inside. He can't get there. Fantastic racing again in Junior X30. Out through the hairpin. Kostecki's wide. That keeps him safe on the exit. And he protects nicely for the next left-hander. Black looking for the move on Chevy Thompson. Back straight. Kostecki in the middle of the road. Thompson pushing. Come on, man. This is not going to be easy to sustain. Rungta back on Black. Knox Black holds it. Chevy Thompson attacking Jay Kostecki again. Michael Lederer is safe and sound there in P5. And he's trying to catch up to these guys with Kato Lloyd in tow. But as they go up the hill, there's one last chance for Chevy Thompson, and he knows it. It's going to be into the final hairpin. He'll try. Kostecki will hold the line. Black is trying to force the issue. Thompson's nudging. They come up the final turn, and it's Jay Kostecki to the line. Wow, Jay Kostecki holds on from Thompson, Black, Rungta, Lloyd, Lederer, and Sempronio. What a drive from Noah Sempronio. Kuhao Tian is 8th, Karsten Chong is 9th, and Kevin Sivovanichinon is 10th on a superheat when Mason Kwong crashes out. What an unbelievable scenario. As now it is the number 133, Jay Kostecki for top 1, who comes through to take the win in both heats and the superheat. It's 10 championship points for Jay Kostecki. He will become the pole position sitter here at LYL for the final. And that's 10 juicy championship points for Jay Kostecki. He may not have been able to complete the full season in Junior X30 this year, but on his return, he has been so solid. Very strong indeed at Macau, and very strong indeed again here in Kuala Lumpur. What an amazing run this season. Jay Kostecki again proving to be a real asset to the Top 1 Motorsport team. His first race with the team, and it's all coming together. He was a bit miserable yesterday through practice. It wasn't working. They've made the changes though, and is Jay Kostecki any faster than he's ever been before? Well, he's certainly putting on a show. Excellent drive in Junior X30. In still fairly greasy conditions out there. It's not quite bone dry on the slicks. It's certainly slick conditions, but the teams and the drivers are certainly proving that it's not been easy going, and quite a few of the names out in the race on the sidelines after a very difficult race battle indeed. But for the man up front, the 133, Jay Kostecki, certainly a race win he can be very happy about, and a very important one to get right because it sets him up for pole position for the superheat later. Jay, come and have a word with us, buddy. A very tricky race there. You really had to work hard. There was aggression, there was tactics, there was defense. You had to do it all out there just to hang on. What does that superheat win mean?
Just a bit more confidence going into the final. Hopefully I can win the final.
10 championship points as well. It certainly helps out in getting a top 3 finish in the season. With the big guns falling by the wayside, it puts you in a great position for the final, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. The team did amazing this whole weekend. Top 1, everyone, Pat, Jade, and everyone.
Good job so far, Jay. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Absolutely relentless pace from Jay Kostecki in this one. Let's have a quick word with Knox Black after what was a very tough race out there. So many drivers up in the top end. Knox, you had to work so hard even to be in the top 5, but then to sustain it and go for those moves, you were working hard. What was it like out there?
Yeah, the start was very hectic. I just got freight trained on like lap 2 by about 4 or 5 kids, but I had great pace, so I was able to make my way back up the 3rd. And yeah.
Still a big opportunity for you in the final. You'll get a great starting position. What are your chances there?
It's a long race, so anything could happen in that amount of time. 16 laps, so we'll see.
A very good performance from you so far, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Knox back right in the hunt. I want to see if we can find Chevy Thompson. What a brilliant impression from him. Your first weekend in the championship, and you get a chance to run at the front. You were leading for quite a lot of that. So what can you tell us about the race from your perspective?
I know, just at the start, just work my way forward, tried to hold Jay off for as long as I could. Got in front of me for a little bit, tried to get him back, but, you know, still happy with second. It's best finish.
He's a very tough man to beat when he's got his dander up, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So we've got the final coming up later. You know that there's confidence in the package. LOR have really put a great setup together. How can you feel going into the final?
Really confident. Hopefully I can get top 3, maybe even a first. Yeah, just hoping, just finish as best as I can.
A great week for you so far, Chevy. Well done.
Thank you.
Awesome performance in Junior X30. They've really given us some amazing racecraft over the course of the last 2 days. Now we get ourselves pumped up and ready for the final later. For now, though, our attention is going to turn to the Cadet X30 Superheats. It's going to be very intense indeed in the cadets, especially considering how much is at stake over the course of this weekend. Some battles everywhere you look. All of the decent tactics across the weekend have been very strong. And so many drivers getting a unique chance to run at the front in a way they've never been run at the front before. So it's a coming-of-age moment for so many drivers in the field. For the established guard in Cadet X30, it's been a very tough weekend. For all 3 of the big guns, Sebelba Salama, Cruz Priello and Max Schilling have all had very tough race weekends thus far. None of them have had the perfect run. And certainly the only man who really looks particularly calm and collected going in, the only 2 men, I should say, are Farwibuwo and Jaden Aria. Everybody else is having to play hunter in their bid to try and work their way further forward. But it's certainly been pretty spectacular thus far here at the LYL International Circuit in Kuala Lumpur. Round 5 of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia battle with some big challenges facing the contenders. We're certainly in for some excitement as we get ready for the big show this afternoon. So into the cadet superheat for Group 1 we go then, and let's talk our way through the starting grid. It's definitely going to be a competitive one from the sharp end of the field. The drivers get ready then for cadet superheat Group 1. It's always going to be a competitive race in cadet anyway, but certainly for the superheats, it's even more exciting than we expected it was going to be going into it. So as the drivers are ready, superheat Group 1 will see a pole position for Mohamed Wibowo, who's been absolutely amazing over the course of the competition thus far. Kalen Delsey alongside him on the front row of the grid, then Carson Choi and Sedovit Sriathanakul, second row. Jensen Hammond and Darren Arthur-Ghani on the third row from Tsiap Bowen and Pimpat Kiwang-Fatai. Then Alice Lowe, ninth on the grid from Marcus Colby. Aito Hosokawa alongside Oliver Nguyen. Then Yusuf Suhai, Chayat Lemratanakan, George Patrizi, Michaela Draper, Chotanin Iatakararat, Tanasha Radella, Matthew Cooper and Falik Fariz. So there is the grid. Mohamed Wibowo and Kalen Delsey from Carson Choi and Sedovit Sriathanakul. Jensen Hammond in front of Darren Arthur-Ghani, then Tsiap Bowen and Pimpat Kiwang-Fatai. Rounding up the top 10, in position 9 and 10, we have got the valueless Alice Lowe alongside Marcus Kilby. Then Japan's Aito Hosokawa alongside the fireball of Oliver Nguyen. Mohamed Yusuf Suhaimi on the Veritas along with Chayat Lemratanakan. Then George Patrizi and Michaela Draper, the two Australians from Chotanin Yathakararat and Tanasha Radella. Matthew Cooper and Falik Fariz are the ones who round out the field. So the cadet Group 1 superheat for the drivers between 8 to 12 years of age are ready to go to battle again in INF1NITY IAME Series Asia. And from the front of the grid, it is the Indonesian on pole position, Mohamed Wibowo, alongside Kalen Delsey. Really good performances from them. And they are going to give us a lot more excitement and drama in this one for sure, especially considering how close Kalen Delsey has come to the win without actually achieving it yet. This is surely going to be his chance to make it happen. The sun has come out, and it's definitely going to make the circuit drier than it's been all morning. And so the karts will be at their fastest. Don't forget, this is the last chance for these drivers to get a decent grid spot for the final. They'll come off the turn, the engines will rise, and we are in race trim. And Kalen Delsey's getting a great start, thanks to the collaboration of the 89 Sedovit Sriathanakul. Round the outside, can they get past the pole sitter? Mohamed Wibowo, Delsey's working, but it's not going to work on this occasion. And the drivers work out to the far side. Is everyone going to get through? There's a little bit of drama and conflagration. Karts going off the road in the background. There's already some contact. As down the inside, Sedovit Sriathanakul tries to make the move on Mohamed Wibowo. So the contenders working fast as they come through. But it's a great start for Mohamed Wibowo. He leads the race once again in front of Kalen Delsey, who's got back into second place. Problems further back as several drivers have ended up losing some ground. Looks as though everybody involved in the incidents have managed to recover. The 21 of Mohamed Yusuf Suhaimi was the one involved in the middle of it all. He's managed to get going again. So the Rush Performance driver recovering. But up the crest, it is the man who's been leading for most of the races so far this weekend, Mohamed Wibowo for Indonesia, looking very strong indeed. So Mohamed Wibowo from Kalen Delsey. And then out of the final turn, we've got a bit of a slide there. Carson Choi trying to take on Sedovit Sriathanakul once again. And in fifth position, that is Tsiap Bowen, running in the top 5, having a great race of it from Nguyen, Draper, Hammond, Colby and Ghani. And there's Delsey going for the move. Kalen Delsey takes the lead then. The Thai has been able to make his move. And so Kalen Delsey hits the front on the second lap of the superheat. Only 10 laps of racing. So they've got to make them all count. A big charge forward as they run through. It's a long old race here at LYL at the best of times. And Kalen Delsey has been able to get into the lead of the race. But Mohamed Wibowo is now going to try and go away from the field with him as they run in first and second. A great battle for the drivers further back. Sixth place is Nguyen in front of Hammond, Colby and Draper. So some good battles as the drivers are just trying to keep themselves into a good rhythm in the opening phase of the race. The tyres will be worn, so they've got to look after them over the course of the next 8 laps, as well as be very careful with how they go racing. Too aggressive on wear, and things can get very tricky. Out of the turn, And up to the hairpin once again. Cooking out through the hairpin. The driver's working well. On the straight and narrow again. Mohamed Far Wibowo is your leader. No more, because Kalen Delsey got in front of him. Delsey, Wibowo, Sriathanakul, Choi, and in 5th place it is Tia. Big slide for 2nd place. Back on the inside goes Mohamed Wibowo, and he retakes the lead from Kalen Delsey. The Car Republics have been squabbling, and that brings the Paralins into it. So a fabulous squabble, and Mohamed Wibowo gets back into 1st position for Rehabat JMX Phantom. Kalen Delsey running in 2nd place. As they close up, the Paralins are now going to try and make their bid. But Sinovit Sriathanakul going well for DRM Paralin in 3rd position, ahead of Carson Choi, Tia Bowen, Oliver Newing, and Marcus Colby. Jensen Hammond is 8th. And then Michaela Draper in 9th place. We've got a great battle for 1st and a terrific squabble over 6th position between Newing, Colby, Hammond, and Draper. Up the climb. And Kalen Delsey attacking Mohamed Wibowo once again. There's going to be 7 laps to go at the end of this one. But a very solid race battle as the competitors continue charging forward across the line. Kalen Delsey's got the toe on Mohamed Wibowo. They've got a chance to pull away from the Paralin behind them. But Sinovit Sriathanakul got big power in the toe. He's closing up on them. Closing up to the hairpin again. So Wibowo, Delsey, Sriathanakul, and Choi. The top 4 still very evenly matched together as they run in close proximity. Trying to get the move on the inside line. Kalen Delsey just can't find that opening on the inside. Got to wait a little bit more for it. So 10th position behind the squabblers, George Patrizi in front of Darren Artagani. Then it's Pimpak Kiwing Fatai, Alice Lowe, Eto Hosokawa, and Chotonen Iatakararat. Chayat Litharanakan in front of Felix Fariz, Matthew Cooper, Tanasha Radeli, and Yusuf Suhaimi. Very close as they run in close quarters again. But Mohamed Wibowo is your leader for Indonesia. Kalen Delsey going strong up the crest as well. But Sinovit Sriathanakul looking very hungry. A big challenge from the Rehabat JMX Phantom crew, because here comes Kalen Delsey again with Sriathanakul on his tail. Carson Choi, the man who took the original pole position, still in the mix there in 4th. Look at the toe that they get to close up on Mohamed Wibowo. Delsey and Sriathanakul able to get right up behind Mohamed Wibowo again. And as they run through, Delsey's going to look to the inside line. And Delsey retakes the lead to the cheer from the Thai crowd. So the waft of Top 1 Motorsport personnel going bananas here on the main straight as Kalen Delsey gets back to the front. The Thai youngster doing a grand job and still fighting for this win in the superheat. 6 laps to go in it. Mohamed Wibowo still 2nd after his great race weekend thus far. Sinovit Sriathanakul running in 3rd on the 89. For the DRM Paralin boys of Sinovit Sriathanakul and Carson Choi, still right up in the top 5. Tia Bowen is not that far away. And then we've got Oliver Newing, Michaela Draper, Jensen Hammond, Marcus Colby, and George Patrizi in a 5-driver spat for P6 behind them. And it's actually more than that, because we've got another couple of drivers joining in. That's Pimpak Kiwing Fatai and Darren Artagani. They're in the mix as well. On the toe again of Kalen Delsey, and Mohamed Wibowo is the one giving chase to the Thai. Very close as they go across the line. Is Mohamed Wibowo going to get back to the front? Kalen Delsey protects the line. 5 laps to go in the hairpin. And now we've got Sinovit Sriathanakul and Carson Choi still giving chase again. They're going to work very hard indeed if they want to get back into the lead of this one. Tia Bowen, P5, and up to the front of the queue further back is Michaela Draper. She's come up into 6th position, although now Patrizi's got back in front, and Oliver Newing seems to have gone with him. Big battles all the way. Delsey, Wibowo, Sriathanakul, and Choi. Around to the far side of the course, into the chicane, through the S's, and Wibowo still putting on the pressure to Delsey. But Mohamed Wibowo, the Indonesian driver, he's been very strong over the course of the weekend so far, and certainly looking to continue that kind of pace. been very competitive over the course of things. But the 11-year-old from Jakarta is going to try and take on Kaylin Delsey again. The 12-year-old Kaylin Delsey from Khon Kaen in Thailand, certainly not making things particularly straightforward. But Wibowo's definitely got the slipstream. The toe is going well for the two Paralins in third and fourth. Sinovit Sriatanakul and Carson Choi closing up on the two out in front. Xiao Bowen running in P5 in front of Patrizi, Nguyen, Draper, Hammond, Colby, Ghani, and Kirang Fatai. Through to the braking zones for the S's again. Trying to work their way through to the hairpin into the left-hander. Back on the power, out through the left flick and onto the back straight. 4 laps to go. And Mohamed Wibowo is playing the long game here, not making the overtake. Just trying to stretch out a gap in collaboration with Kaylin Delsey. They don't want to be battling with the Paralins in the closing stages. As Michaela Draper gets another good move on the inside as Darren Arthur Ghani spins off in the Paralin. He'll recover, but there's the move on the inside from Oliver Nguyen. He passes Michaela Draper. And Draper there just in front of Jensen Hammond. So already some big moves as the contenders are trying to work their way through. But currently it's Delsey in front of Wibowo. Sinovit Sriatanakul and Carson Choi in the mix. There is the battle between the Australians and Jensen Hammond. So Oliver Nguyen is 7th. Michaela Draper is in 8th place. And then we've got Jensen Hammond in front of Marcus Colby. Darren Arthur Ghani, Pimpak Kirang Fatai. And Pimpak Kirang Fatai has come through in 11th place. Darren Arthur Ghani has dropped back after his spin, I'm afraid. So that puts him down the order to about 17th place, I believe, behind Eto Hosokawa. So Delsey's still in front of Mohamed Wibowo because Wibowo is thinking very tactically here. He's not going to go for the overtake until the last couple of laps. He certainly doesn't need to battle with Kaylin Delsey until the end. So all going strong. There's George Patrizi on the Birillard. And look back, there's Oliver Nguyen with Jensen Hammond, Marcus Colby, Michaela Draper. Still attacking very hard indeed. And in the mix there is the 51. That's Pimpak Kirang Fatai. Some very solid moves. Kirang Fatai slices in the S's on the inside of Draper. That's a lovely move from the CS55 chassis. Not having the easiest of races here, considering that in qualifying, he was up on the first 2 rows, up in the top 10. So Marcus Colby, Pimpak Kirang Fatai, and Alice Lowe up in the top 10 positions. After the spin earlier on, Darren Arthur Ghani sadly falling to 17th spot. But into the final 2 laps, and this is where Mohamed Wibowo's tactics have really going to come good. He's managed to extend a second on the 2 Paralins. It's actually now Carson Choi who's in 3rd position. He's got ahead of Sinovit Sriatanakul. So Carson Choi now in 3rd position. That's the box seat to go for the victory. If these two start scrabbling, Carson Choi is now sitting tight in 3rd place. So Kaylin Delsey looking for his first win in the INF1NITY IAME Series Asia. He's come very close many times, but this surely has got to be the time to make it count. Mohamed Wibowo working hard to close him up. It could be the moment. Off the turn, under the bridge. And Kaylin Delsey really protecting. He wants to be the man on top. But Mohamed Wibowo is doing everything he can to put pressure on the race leader. They go off the final corner now. 2 different racing lines. Who's going to have the fastest of them? We'll find out on the last lap because this is it for Kaylin Delsey and Mohamed Wibowo. Thailand versus Indonesia. A pair of kart republics, but for different race teams. And this could be the moment for Kaylin Delsey. He's been working so hard to get his first win. And what a time for it to come if it happens here in the Superheat. Holds the inside line. Wibowo's got a good run off the turn. Mohamed Wibowo will want to go for the overtake. Delsey protects to the inside line. Nicely covered. Wibowo can't attack back again, at least for the moment. Delsey covers. Watch out for Carson Choi. Watch out for Choi. He's coming after both men. Delsey protects Wibowo. Carson Choi may get a shot. Wibowo trying to get the slingshot. Carson Choi's joined in the fun. That's why I told you to watch out for him. And now Delsey's got to protect. Carson Choi with a chance to pounce in 3rd position. If he gets the run on Wibowo, then Delsey's safe in the lead. But Delsey is not safe in the lead. They go up the hill together. And Kalen Delsey's got to be so careful as he comes up over the crest of the rise. Down to the hairpin. Out through the left. And now they'll come out through the right-hander. Delsey protecting. Whippow trying one final trick. But at last, it's taken enough time. But Kalen Delsey's done it! Finally, Kalen Delsey grabs his first win in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. And it was a sweetie pie. Brilliant win from Delsey. Wibowo second, Choi third from Sriathanakul, and Siap Bowen. It's taken a long time to get there, but the moment is so beautiful, so sweet for Kalen Delsey. You wait so long for these races to come along. All the hard work, all of the strain, all of the anguish, and it all comes together in the most immaculate drive. It was calculated, it was tactical, it was patient, but it was ridiculously fast from Kalen Delsey. Job done. Now on to the final. Fantastic racecraft again from the cadets. Mohamed Wibowo, I'm fairly sure, will be going into this one with a very solid effort for the top spot. But big points on the board for both Top One Motorsport and Kalen Delsey. As after a couple of years now of trying, it all comes together. It was always wonderful to watch him battle away. In the rookie category, he was always competitive, and he took a few wins in rookie. But to come through and get the overall cadet victory, and to do it in the super heat as well, that's mighty, mighty sweet. So a fabulous 10 laps of racing in Cadet X30, and right at the front, we always knew it was going to be one of the quartets. Sriathanakul had a great shot. Carson Choi had a good run. Mohamed Wibowo had all that expectation on him. But on this occasion, it is Kalen Delsey who's waited and worked and finally come through with the goods. And what a way to win his first race with a super heat. A very deserving win indeed. Let's have a quick word with Mohamed Wibowo. Mohamed, a tough one there. Second position though, and it sets you up nicely for the final. How are you feeling going in?
I finished second, but yeah, same like in the hit 3. I wanted to finish P1, but I finished second. But yeah, I'm pretty confident for the final. I hope I win.
Well, we're looking forward to that race later. Good luck, buddy.
Thank you.
Mohamed Wibowo getting a very good job out of that race, but it's been a long time coming for the man who's got the victory. Let's have a word. Kalen Delsey. This has been a tough road to get to this point, but your first win in INFINITY IAME Series Asia, and it's the super heat. How sweet does that one feel?
I feel good. My car is fast, and then I'm ready for the final. Let's see you in the final.
Considering how well the tyres were working at the end there, you were able to really build on that advantage. You go in with a fresh set, with confidence, with knowledge. Is this going to be your first final win, perhaps?
Yeah, it's going to be my first win in IAME.
Good job, buddy. Well done.
Thank you.
Kalen Delsey working hard and proving that the skills pay the bills. Really good work indeed for Kalen Delsey. Right, that's the first of our super heats sorted. Now we go to the second, and we'll see what else is around the bend in store. Always wonderful to see a new winner in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. He embraces his dad in the paddock. Wonderful. After all of the near misses so many times, the first win is sweet indeed for Kalen Delsey, and he totally deserves it. What an amazing drive. That will sink in for a couple of hours now, and that will hopefully galvanize him and the team to find even more pace and even more strength going into the final later. But there's more where that came from. We've got a second group for Cadet Super Heats now, followed by the Masters, and then a pair of Super Heats in Senior X30. Still plenty to do here in Kuala Lumpur. And so we set off for the next adventure. It's Jaden Aria and Zhang Yicheng on the front row of the grid, with Shabal Basalama and Chan Haoxuan on the second, then Chen Tzuyan and Lu Zichen from William Matsali and Jared Zhang. Next up in the mix, it's going to be 9th for Zhang Ziyu and Max Schilling in P10, then Aaron Akil and Livin Lewis Kanan from Zidan Iskander and Thutamin Set. Cruz Priolo way down in 15th alongside Borit Wongset, then Amma Johan, Joshua Tan and Lu Hongyu to round out the field. Not going to be an easy one to predict this. So many drivers out of position. So many opportunities to steal back some speed. And of course, we're going to be on slick tyres for this superheat, on a circuit that it's fair to say is now bone dry. So a very tough situation in the cadet groups. Obviously, the two championship contenders up at the sharp end are going to have a difficult one. Max Schilling starting this race in 10th position after a couple of spins and a DNF in yesterday's heat. And of course, it could be going much better for Cruz Priolo, but he got a penalty at the end of Heat 3, despite finishing in 3rd place, because his neck brace fell off in the middle of the race. And of course, that is a technical non-compliance. So big disaster for Cruz Priolo at the end of his race. And so it certainly intensifies the drama for us. It'll be very difficult to see how things are going to play out. And of course, everybody is very keen to see what happens. So the competitors are once again going for broke up at the sharp end. But it will certainly be a very intense battle from the outset, as the drivers know just how much is at stake. Great to see all of you on the live stream enjoying the battle. Do tell us who you're cheering for and where you're watching from, whether you're on the Facebook stream or the YouTube. Great to see you out there on the course enjoying the battle. And these guys need your support as much as they need the horsepower. So do give them that little bit of extra support. Cadet Group 2, Superheat, coming up. Pole position for Jaden Aria, second for Zhang Yicheng after his brilliant heat win earlier. The Chinese star with a great chance to make progress. Sabil Basalama, the Indonesian, alongside Tian Haoxuan. Then Chen Tzuyan and Austin Lowe. William Matsali and Jared Zhang from Zhang Ziyu and Max Schilling. They come off the turn, and let's see what can be made of this superheat. It is the second group for cadets. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Big charge to the first turn, and already there's a big challenge. A couple of drivers trying to go for a run around again, but the race gets underway. And as the drivers charge up to the first turn, it's Jaden Aria leading. A couple of drivers calling for a go round again, but they're not. We're under racing conditions. It's green flags. So a couple of drivers are clearly finding it difficult going, as up into second and third come the peak racing boys. Phil Chen is right in there behind his teammate Chan Haoxuan. Or is that Zhang Yicheng? I think it might be Zhang Yicheng, in fact. No, it is Phil Chen who's in second in front of Tian Haoxuan. Saba Basalama was calling for another go-around, and I'm afraid it's not going to happen as Schilling makes the move on the inside and makes the bid to get past Austin Lowe. He makes the overtake. So Schilling is definitely on the climb back. And there's problems for Cruz Priolo on the start. He's dropped back down the order. So even more problems for the Australian. It just couldn't be going any worse for him at this point in time. But he's got the speed and the resolve to bounce back. So let's see what he can make of it. He's already attacking up the hill to try and make up some moves. So Cruz Priolo makes up another place. Gets the move on Libin Lewis Kanan. And as they go out of the final turn, Siaba Basalama trying to get into third position. He needs to get into fourth place before he does that, because that's Zhang Yicheng in front of him. So it's Aria, Chen, Tian, Zhang, Basalama, and Max Schilling in P6. Good recovery from him. Up on the inside, that's a gap made by the number 3 of Zhang Yicheng. He gets through, and so does Max Schilling. So up into fourth and fifth they go. Zhang Yicheng is already starting to look for third position. A big run wide from Zhang Yicheng. He cuts back in front. That was a big recovery needed there. And as a result, now that's going to be the 86, Siaba Basalama, who's back in the pack, down to fifth position. Schilling down to seventh. Here comes the hard charging Rush Performance Henzo. Oh, big slide up the inside from Jared Zhang. So Jared Zhang looking for his bid to come through, and now Schilling's going to get the run on the inside. Lovely from the Paralin. Now in behind his teammate, Sabil Basalama. Now, these two could really do with playing the team game here and working their way through the field together. Will bygones be bygones? I'm sure they will. They're both very good mates when they're out of the paddock. Up the turn and out onto the hairpin for the main straight. The race leader is still Jaden Aria, looking very confident at the moment out front. Then it is the two Peak Racing machines. Sorry, make that the three Peak Racing machines of Phil Chen, Tian Tuan, and Zhang Yicheng. Very solid performances thus far as they continue. Austin Lowe going to get the inside move there on the inside of the 19. So he gets past Jared Zhang as Schilling dives in. And he makes the overtake there on the Peak Racing machine of Tian Tuan. But there's a lot of gesturing, a lot of hand maneuvers coming in from the drivers as they're trying to make communication a little bit easier between themselves. Certainly not looking particularly easy going at the moment. So they've got to try and keep calm and keep the cool between themselves. So out in front, no worries at all for our leader, Jaden Aria, still your leader. Second place, it is still the hard-charging Phil Chen. Great performance from Phil Chen thus far, his first weekend in the championship. And it looks as though there's all sorts of issues for the JDP Lenzo. They just don't seem to have it on the right setup here for Chris Priello, who is really struggling at the moment. Big problems for the Australian, and this is really going to hamper his chances going into the final. As Jaden Aria leads the way, he is being hunted down by the two Peak Racing machines of Chen Suyan and Zhang Yichen. Big battles further back as now Chris Priello does get an overtake or two. Big battles. Oh, some big damage to the 47 of Ahmad Johan. And Max Schilling goes for Basalama. Max Schilling makes the move on his teammate. And he gets through into fourth position for Schilling. That's an important one. Schilling moves to the head of the trio battling for the title race. So it certainly helps Schilling's cause. And that's going to help put a few more points on the championship board. He puts his head down. He's going to knuckle after it. And a big move on the inside line. Making some challenges for position. So now Schilling's got Basalama and Tian Tuan for company. Austin Lowe in 7th position. Then it's Jared Zhang, Zhang Jiyu, and Aaron Akil in the top 10. William Matsali going well in 11th place in front of Livin Lewis Kanan and Tutamin Set. But there's only half a second now between Jaden Aria and Phil Chen. On the inside, that's Aiden Zhang. Aiden Zhang getting the move. He passes Jared Zhang. And I think Aaron Akil is going to want to have a look on the inside line now. Here's Aaron Akil on the 70. The Kart Republic trying to make the move on the inside. Don't forget, he's got slightly fresher tyres than the drivers around him after his mechanical problems earlier on. But the two Peak Racing karts can now work in unison to try and close up on the Kart Republic of Jaden Aria in front. This is so important for Phil Chen and Zhang Yicheng. They've got to work together here, the two Peak Racing teammates, to close up on the rest of the field. On the inside line, though, that's Zhang Yicheng. He's decided, I'm going to be quicker than you, Phil. Come with me. Let's go get the leader. So Zhang Yicheng decides he's going to go for the overtake then into 2nd position. Phil Chen behind him in 3rd. Then it's Max Schilling ahead of Shabil Basalama, Tian Tuan, Austin Lowe, and Zhang Jiyu. Austin Lowe trying to make the moves now on Tian Tuan. And Tian Tuan looking very consistent in this one. He's got to make some decent moves to keep himself in the game here. As Max Schilling is just taking it nice and easy in 4th place. He's managed to get a bit of daylight between himself and Sabil Basalama. That'll certainly help in the latter stages. 5 laps to go at the end of this one. So it's all about pacing yourselves and keeping yourself in a good position throughout. But certainly for Jaden Aria, it's still looking strong out in the lead. 2nd and 3rd, the two Peak Racing karts trying to get closer to the Kart Republic in the lead. 4th position, a couple of seconds back is Max Schilling. So Phil Chen is really working the good team play here. In behind Zhang Yicheng. And they are going to make up some time. How much time they can make up is going to be the key factor. And there is the Muhua Motorsport driver, Austin Lowe, kart number 1 with the Ayrton Senna helmet design. Very difficult to mistake him for anybody else. And so Austin Lowe going strong out on the back straight, trying to close up on Sabil Basalama. Schilling and Basalama, 4th and 5th for DRM Paralin. Then it is Tian Tuan. Austin Lowe, Jared Jung, Aaron Akil, William Matsali. And then it is Aiden Zhang and Libin Lewis Kanan. Thutamin Set is 13th from Zidane Iskander, Joshua Tan, Purit Wongsup, Cruz Priello, Lu Hong Yu, and Ahmad Johan. Some very tough racing out there, but the two peak racing machines are trying to get closer to the leader, Jaden Aria. But the Kart Republic just seems so strong in a straight line. They're doing the best they can to make the moves, but it isn't easy. Oh, we've had a stoppage on the bridge. Somebody stopped out on the bridge. That's Aiden Zhang. Aiden Zhang has stopped his kart out on the bridge. That's a disappointment for the Pierce Sexton racing driver. He's going to be out of the race now. So Aiden Zhang out of this race, and the marshals are going to have to get him clear. They should have enough time to move him. Chris Priello's having a great battle, but not where he wants to be. And through has gone Purawit Wongsup. Purawit Wongsup's moved forward. So he's made up a place or two. And Chris Priello is really struggling to make progress here. On to the backstretch. And Zhang Yicheng and Chen Yutuan are having a really good race of it. Phil Chen, number 73 in third position, chasing down his teammate. The number 3, Zhang Yicheng. The Chinese drivers making good work of things in second and third. For Max Schilling, working his way back from P10 to P4. He can be happy with his lot here. And certainly in the championship battle, the superheat is going his way more than it is the others, as Chris Priello hangs it out there with the 18 of Zidane Iskander. And the energy driver comes off worse. But it's Jaden Aria with 3 laps to go as they come out of the final turn. And with 3 laps to go, Jaden Aria is going to continue his work. Well, it looks like there's an issue with the digital gantry because it's not showing how many laps there are to go at the moment. Jaden Aria looking comfortable, 1.5 seconds clear of Zhang and Chen. Max Schilling and Sabil Basalama having a good run. The Purawit Wongsup fan club is going bananas behind me because he's having a great battle in the midfield, and he's definitely putting on a strong charge to go after Joshua Tan. But I'm afraid Aiden Zhang out of the race for the Pierce Sexton Racing Team. Very unfortunate indeed for him. His kart pulling off on the bridge. And fortunately, the marshals were very quick on the case. They were able to clear the incident before it became a big problem. So Jaden Aria leads the way. Second is Zhang Yicheng. Third is Phil Chen. And in fourth position, it is Max Schilling in front of his teammate, Sabil Basalama. Good comeback from Max Schilling. He started 10th, and he's now in P4. That's enough for him to be comfortable. He's ahead of his teammate, Basalama, and more importantly, ahead of his chief rival in the championship, Cruz Priello, who is having a nightmare race down in 15th position. So Jaden Aria has 2 laps remaining here. And it doesn't look as though the Peak Racing boys can do anything about the Kart Republic's pace. He really has been working hard. But Jaden Aria has been working harder still. And he is looking so good for a potential win in the final. He's never won a final. So now he's got a chance to make it happen. And as the competitors are still giving us a lot of great racecraft out there, I wonder if there's going to be a little bit of roguishness between Zhang Yicheng and Phil Chen in third position. If they can't catch up to Jaden Aria, they will both want to finish in second place. But Jaden Aria is having a wonderful, wonderful race, as was his teammate, Mohamed Wibowo. And now they will go to battle in the final up front. It could be an all-Indonesian affair in the final. So Jaden Aria doing the work he needs to in front of Zhang Yicheng and Phil Chen. Max Schilling in fourth place. Chris Priello told us he needed a win today to give himself the best chance of keeping his championship hopes alive. Sadly, it looks as though the racing gods are not smiling on him at the moment. There's still the final to come. He could still salvage something from that. But Jaden Aria of Indonesia for the Rehabat JMX Phantom Squad on his Kart Republic goes into the last lap of the Cadet Group 2 Superheat, looking good to grab a pole position in the final. So Jaden Aria working his craft beautifully here, keeping it together in front of Zhang Yicheng. Still more great battles as Purawit Wongsup is having the best race of his week so far. 13th in front of Josh Tan and Cruz Priello. Lu Hong Yu, Zidane Iskander, and Ahmad Johan, the runners at the tail end of the field. And so on the last lap, Jaden Aria is not going to have a lot of pressure here. Phil Chen fancying his chances of going for second. So let's see if there's a chance for him to move forward and make some progress. But it's definitely going to be a tight one as Jaden Aria is going to make it so easy looking. He's really had this race all his own way since the start. And when some superheats are difficult to win, this one has looked absolutely child's play as Jaden Gabriel Aria comes off the final corners. And after an immense week of racing, he's going to win the most important win of his career thus far. He takes the superheat at an absolute canter. Jaden Aria looks to the gantry. That'll do. Zhang Chen is in second position. Chen in third place from Max Schilling and a very frustrated Sabil Basalama in P5. Austin Lowe, Jan Artuan, Jared Zhang, Aaron Akil, and William Matsali in the top 10. But Jaden Aria getting the job done after a fantastic drive. The win was never out of his reach at any point. And he goes into this one knowing that the final could be his best chance yet to conquer the Malaysian race in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia final. Fabulously done. Round 5 is definitely going the way of Indonesia today. A fabulous bit of driving from both the Rehabat JMX Phantoms of Mohamed Wibowo and Jaden Aria. They've been absolutely immense from the start of the weekend, and they are continuing to do so. So, as we go out of the superheats in the cadets, a lot to unpick, but certainly if you are watching back home in Jakarta, this could be a bit of a fairy tale. The Indonesian cadets are having an absolutely superb race of it. And certainly for Mohamed Wibowo and Jaden Aria, I believe both of them will go off from the front of the grid in the superheat later, as Jaden Aria has just looked so cool, so calm. It's like nothing can go wrong for him so far this weekend. He's really put on a good effort here. And as he comes through, Jaden Aria, in a very solid run, he comes through for the victory in the superheat. He had never won an X30 IAME Cadet Heat coming into this weekend. Now he's won 2 of them and the superheat. And that really puts Jaden Aria into a very good position indeed. They do the weight check on the weighbridge. And as long as everything is A-OK, he'll be able to continue. They get the confirmation, and it is Jaden Aria who celebrates with his buddies on the sidelines. And of course, his brother Nathan there as well, getting ready for his own Senior X30 Superheat later. Jaden, come and join us. A fabulous win for you again, buddy. Jaden, let's have a conversation. Well, before this weekend, you had never taken a win in Cadet X30. You're getting used to them now. This is a fantastic work for you. How do you feel after the win in the superheat?
Happy.
Nice and simple. What was it like out there at the front?
It was pretty pressuring. And yeah, it's pretty much that.
So now you go into the final later knowing that there's plenty of speed. How confident do you think you can be with the race coming up?
Pretty confident.
Awesome stuff. Go and celebrate, Jaden. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Very busy day at the races so far for Jaden Aria, but it's certainly spicing up in terms of the competition. Some really good performances out there. Austin Lowe having a really good run this weekend as well. The Ayrton Senna tribute band doing a great job and looking forward to an exciting bout all the way through. But there's a lot of pressure on these young shoulders. Certainly in terms of the title fight, a rather frustrated Sabil Basalama at the end of that one. Chris Priolo, I can't even begin to imagine how disappointed he's feeling with that superheat. And of course, Max Schilling bouncing back from P10 to P4 certainly puts himself into the mix. I think that's going to be a top 10 start for the final later, and that should give him some crucial championship points. If all stays as it is, we could have a new Cadet X30 champion by the end of the day. However, from cadets, we now move on to the big boys. Bring on the masters. As soon as we finish one race, we go into the next one. Cadet X30 giving us plenty of excitement, and it's certainly going to be a big day for Indonesia with Mohamed Wibowo and Jaden Aria putting on such an amazing drive over the course of this weekend thus far. Now we move into the battle for the Master X30, and 2 men have been relentless at the top end of the field. Winner Sakam Chan, the reigning Masters champion, And Luke Armstrong, the incumbent Masters champion. Surely only a miracle can prevent the Australian from taking the title, maybe even today. But it's going to be a fantastic race battle nonetheless as we go into the superheat. And we do know, of course, that there is still a 70% chance of more rain to hit the circuit later in the day. So the drivers have got to make hay while the slick tyres are available. So Master X30 goes onto the circuit once again. The drivers over the age of 30, 10 in total, 5 of which are veterans because they're over the age of 45. Luke Armstrong on pole from Wheeler Sakamchan. Peter Chua and Tiru Kumaran on the second row of the grid. Then it's Howard Zaralo alongside Darren Hollywood Formosa, Ian Willock and Luke Purser on the fourth row of the grid. And bringing up the rear of the field, it's Tamuko and the Malaysian Jadi Zulkarnain on his debut. We may not necessarily have vast quantity, but we certainly have big quality. All of the contenders putting on a decent display in the Masters Superheat. Of course, the competitors in Master X30, all with an amazing amount of pedigree. Jadi Zulkarnain making his debut in the Master X30 category for 2026. It's been a long time since we've seen him racing in the paddock. He, of course, has plenty of Masters or expert experience, I should say, in multiple classes. But it is the first time we've seen him out in 2026 in Master X30 trim here in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. Still a bit of wind in the air and a lot of rain clouds on the horizon, but they're not likely to break in the next few minutes. So certainly this particular race should be perfectly easy to navigate on slicks. And so if you're Wheeler Sakamchan, you've got to hope for another rocket ship launch. He's already had 2 of those this weekend. One of them turned into a race victory. The other ended up coming to nothing, and he came through for P6. But Wheeler Sakamchan with a chance to put one over on Luke Armstrong. He knows the only chance he's got to get him is at the start. He's done it twice. Once it worked, the second time it didn't. So let's see if they can make good work of it again. And Luke Armstrong knows that they're trying these tactics because he knows that's the only way they're going to beat him on pure pace. So in the veterans race, there's also a nice little battle going on because we've got Peter Chua and Darren Formosa at the sharp end. But don't forget that Luke Purser is still right in there for the squabble, along with Tamuko and Jadi Zulkarnain. And they've all had very evening results over the first 2 heats. So it could be an interesting one to see how it all comes through. Pretty much all of the drivers in the veterans, other than Peter Chua, have had a good race and an average race. So we'll have to see how it all cooks up once again then. But for Luke Armstrong versus Wheeler Sakamchan, that has got to be where the main focus is for the battle for the win in Master X30. In both races yesterday, Wheeler Sakamchan got the jump on Luke Armstrong. He was frustrated on both occasions to see Wheeler Sakamchan come through. But only on one occasion did it actually work to turn into a victory. So now we'll get to see what Luke Armstrong and Wheeler Sakamchan are made of. Luke Armstrong in the Simon Racing colours on the inside line on the Tony Kart. Nice to see. He usually has a combination of either the official Tony Kart colours or the Merlin Motorsport colours. Lovely to see him in Simon Racing trim. He gets on the throttle off the turn and it's a false start. Now that's interesting. You see, Luke Armstrong was trying to get early on the throttle to avoid the rocket ship launch, and it was too early. So it's a false start. Race director Martin Bean was very quick on the draw of that one. Fascinating dynamics at the front of the field. We know of the last two races yesterday that Luke Armstrong is weary of the hard-charging Weird Sakyamchan off the start. And after losing out to him on 2 occasions, he certainly doesn't want to lose out to him again. So Luke Armstrong is really going to make them sweat on the starting procedure. It wouldn't surprise me too much if this grid doesn't get formed up until the top of the bridge. As Luke Armstrong trying to make the statements here. He's been trying to dominate the weekend all since Friday. He actually said to me after qualifying, when I said to him, you got a pole position lap there. It was a 106.2, and he said, yeah, but I could have had a 105.8. There was a lot of traffic, and they were holding me up. So he knows that there are games going on to try and thwart his attack. And as I suspected, the form-up of the grid doesn't happen until the bridge. Armstrong trying to keep these guys guessing all the way. And he certainly doesn't want the onslaught of another rocket ship launch from Weird Sakyamchan, with support, of course, from Kumran and Formosa on that side of the grid. So Luke Armstrong knows that it's going to be tough. And after one false start, he certainly doesn't want another one. He'll slow the pack down big time. And of course, if they make the jump, they'll come off the turn. It's another early start. Is it going to be a good one? No! Another false start! Oh my goodness, another false start. Well, Luke Armstrong running the gauntlet here. Pole position for the superheat. Who would have thought that someone of the caliber of Luke Armstrong was feeling the pressure this much? 2 false starts in the Master X30 Superheat. Again, just when you think you've read the script, just when you think you know what's going to happen, X30 delivers something special. They've got to be careful, particularly Luke Armstrong has got to be careful, because Martin Bean knows the caliber of Luke Armstrong. He doesn't want to have to throw the book at him, but 2 false starts, if there's a third, well, he has it within his power to red flag the race. So it'll be fascinating to see what happens on this occasion, and Armstrong backs them up under the bridge this time. But it's not about when you back them up. It's about when you hit the throttle. You're not supposed to get on the throttle until the yellow line at the earliest and at the lights go out in reality. But of course, a lot of them play the game and try to go a little early. But on this occasion, the man in charge, Martin Bean, believes that Luke Armstrong's been going too early, and he may have a point. Weird Sakyamchan gesturing to Luke Armstrong, come on, you can't go too early. But this is fascinating. The communication in the body language of the drivers is fascinating to witness. They're going to come on the far side. Armstrong's going to try to draw. Let's see if it's going to be a green start this time. Now we get on the starters. And again, Yamchan launches forward and takes the lead away. For the 3rd time, Weird Sakyamchan beats Armstrong to the punch. Armstrong is going to be so unhappy with it. But now he's going to have to fight Weird Sakyamchan on the opening lap. And Yamchan is already going defensive. He knows that Armstrong is going to be quick, so he's trying to back him up into the pack. Yamchan and Luke Armstrong dueling for the 3rd time this weekend. So Luke Armstrong's got to try and pick his moment. Will it be at the bend of the back straight? Armstrong's going to slingshot. Yamchan in the middle of the road. He's not going to get his chance. Fabulous racecraft already from Weird Sakyamchan, who again goes to the middle of the road to thwart the move from Armstrong. That was when it came last time. But this time, Yamchan holds onto the lead a little bit longer. He's going to hold the inside line, hugging the apexes to keep Armstrong at bay. Luke Armstrong knows that they're really playing the game. Up over the bridge. And Luke Armstrong knows he can be patient. He knows how much he won the second heat by. So he's going to let them play the tactical game. Peter Chua going after Tiru Kumaran in 3rd place. Weird Sakyamchan leads the way, and he's going to give us a show. Here comes Luke Armstrong. Really fast on the straight line. Yamchan in the middle of the road to stop the move from coming. Great work from P. He leads the way for the Top 1 Motorsport team. Weird Sakyamchan trying to defend the cover of Luke Armstrong, holding him at bay. The original Master X30 champion of 2025, now battling away with Luke Armstrong, the man who is about to become the king of 2026. A little adjustment from Luke Armstrong. He's not in a panic here. as Luke Purser gets a beautiful dive on the inside of Tamia Coe. And that will work itself out for 8th place as Darren Formosa is dueling with Ian Willock for P6 behind them, behind the leaders. Weird Yam Chan and Luke Armstrong are giving us a little battle in Master X30. But how long will it last for? The second Armstrong gets in front. For the pace, oh, it's Howard Saralo. Howard Saralo's come off the cart. And so Howard Saralo is out of the race on the CS55. Just under the bridge, Howard Saralo retires from the race. And that's a big disaster for him. So Howard Saralo is out of it. Armstrong again challenging Yam Chan, trying to get the undercut. Yam Chan holding the inside line. Armstrong is putting pressure on him, but I'm not sure that this is full strength. Weird Yam Chan holding the line. Armstrong's working hard, but Weird Yam Chan holding cover. The retirement for Howard Saralo. That'll be a headache for the Malaysian going into the final later. But Armstrong is still hunting this move on Weird Yam Chan. Here comes Tiru Kumaran and Peter Chua. Darren Formosa in 5th, ahead of Ian Willock, Luke Purser, Tamia Coe, and Jadi Zulkarnain. So Weird Yam Chan holding his move on the inside. Armstrong's nudging him. Come on, I'm getting bored now. Over the top of the bridge. And Armstrong wanting to go for this overtake. But Weird Yam Chan has every right to defend his position. He's the leader. He could choose his racing line. As long as he's not vehemently defending the position with a little bit too much more than the racing lines, then he's okay. But Yam Chan is certainly going to make Luke Armstrong work for it. I know how fast you are over one lap. I'm really going to make you sweat for this, as Weird Yam Chan. Luke Armstrong doing his best. But at the moment, Yam Chan is really giving him a headache. Armstrong taking his time. Tiru Kumaran is right there. Can he pounce before Armstrong can? Back straight. Armstrong fancying his chances. He goes the long way round. He's going to try and go right the way round the outside of Yam Chan. And now Tiru Kumaran coming alongside. That's what Armstrong didn't want. He holds the move. So Armstrong keeps his 2nd place. Yam Chan lives to fight another day in the lead. Armstrong coming from the far side. He'll try and cut back for the inside line, but Yam Chan defends the inside line vehemently. Over the bridge. Here goes Armstrong. He cracks the whip, goes out wide, and he has to relinquish it. Yam Chan back on the inside. So Yam Chan retakes the lead from Luke Armstrong. So Weird Yam Chan leads it. Luke Armstrong in 2nd. And Tiru Kumaran trying to get on the inside of Armstrong. It's all game on in Master X30 as now Darren Formosa has gone up to Peter Chua. He's going to try and make the bid for 4th position. And in P6 at the back of the queue, that's Ian Willock. Luke Purser's not far away from it. Armstrong nearly loses it, trying to get through on Yam Chan. Come on, man. This is getting silly now, says Luke Armstrong. But Weird Yam Chan is doing exactly what he needs to. He's holding his line. He's holding the lead. And Armstrong can't make the move. Armstrong's going to try and make the mother of all switchbacks. Yam Chan is slow on the exit, though. So Armstrong can't make the bid. Oh, this is a masterclass in tactics from Weird Yam Chan. How much longer can he hold this man at bay? 7.5 laps to go. And as they go up the hill again, Armstrong is trying everything he can. Will he do it again? Over the bridge. He tries. Can he slow the cart down? Yes! Luke Armstrong makes it work. And Peter Chua around the outside. Oh, it's all Skittles. Formosa up to 4th place past Kumaran. This is magnificent in Master X30. Armstrong's got the lead he wanted. Yam Chan's catching him on the toe. And now Armstrong's playing him in his own game. See, this is what it's like to get held up, Weird. Luke Armstrong is completely giving Weird a taste of his own medicine. It's not nice, is it? When you hold me up like that. This is what it feels like. Luke Armstrong totally giving Weird Yam Chan exactly back what he's been given. Right, if you're going to wind me up for a few laps, I'm going to do it again to you. And Ian Willock makes the move on Luke Purser. Armstrong is just playing out there. But he's got to chill out. He's got to go back to racing conditions. He knows he's quicker over one lap, so he should just settle in and pull away. And I think that's what he's going to do. So Luke Armstrong can now go into his racing pace mode. He looks behind him. There we go. That'll do. Job done. I'm going to move away. And up the inside goes Kumaran. He gets past Formosa. So Kumaran takes on Formosa and up into fourth position. A very good run through turn one as Armstrong has already got a quarter of a second on Wiratsak Yamchan. And now he knows he doesn't even need to defend it. He can just run his normal racing line. Yamchan has clearly dialed things up on the Kart Republic. But surely he's not going to get another chance on Luke Armstrong. Mind you, Wiratsak Yamchan is looking quick. Certainly quicker than he was yesterday. So Armstrong has still got to keep the pace up a bit. Yamchan still trying to pull out the stops and go for Armstrong. Meanwhile, Luke Purser threatening to take on the Singaporean Ian Willock. Not going to be easy to get the move. So try again. He's going to keep making those moves. And as they come off the turn and under the bridge, once again, Wiratsak Yamchan still trying to put Luke Armstrong under some pressure. He got in his head in the first few laps, that's for sure. And Armstrong certainly feeling the pressure in the early stages. But now that he has got through into the lead, it's all going to be about his composure to pull clear of Wiratsak Yamchan. He comes over the turns. And the gap is still only 4/10 of a second as Kumaran gets on the inside of Peter Chua. Oh, that was a Mavericks move. And Tiru Kumaran, a proper gladiatorial stance on the inside there. Into third position for the Birala. And that's put Peter Chua into the toe of Darren Formosa. The veteran battle is now nose to tail. Formosa going after Chua. And this could be a great little tussle for them for fourth position. Here comes Ian Willock and Luke Purser to join in. Ian Willock has a look at Formosa. He's not close enough. He knows that. So he bails out the move, but looks good to get up another one set up. Now Armstrong's found his pace, and he's starting to pull clear. So no major pressure on him for the rest of this one. Yamchan, Kumaran, Chua, Willock trying to go around the outside of Formosa on the climb up the hill. That's brave even for Ian Willock. But if he feels motivated, if he feels like the move is there, then he'll try and make it work. And look out for Luke Purser, the JDP Lenzo driver. He's stepping up the attack now as well. So he fancies his chance to make a good move. Kumaran is leaving Chua standing on the edge of the brink here as Armstrong has pulled out a second on Yamchan. 4 laps to go, and this is his race to lose, and he knows it. Yamchan second, Kumaran third from Chua, Formosa, Willock and Purser, then Tamuko and Jadi Julkanine. Good battles from the contenders as they continue to put on some good racecraft here. 4 laps to go, and Wiratsak Yamchan is a second back from the race leader, Luke Armstrong. It's no wonder that Ian Willock refers to Luke Armstrong as the Terminator. He really does know how to dig deep and find the magic. And now he's got a second on Wiratsak Yamchan. You're not going to see the challenge for the win again in this one. Meanwhile, Peter Chua has got Ian Willock. Oh, sorry, that's Darren Formosa. Has got Ian Willock all over the back of him. Ian Willock, they've had difficulties with setup this weekend. But Darren Formosa still pushing on strong in the top 5 in Master X30. Working hard and still finding the pressure. He's going to take on Peter Chua in the last battles later today. But these guys, as far as they're concerned, this is Formula One without the cash. It really is very tough. Pedal to the metal, a couple of millimeters off the ground. Power to weight ratio, this is practically IndyCar. And Luke Armstrong really working hard here to pull clear of Wiratsak Yamchan. The gap is now 1.5 seconds as Darren Formosa has got big pressure from the Singaporean Ian Willock and the Australian Luke Purser. Down the back straight, Chua, Formosa, Willock, Purser. This is for 4th position, but it's also for the win in veteran. So Armstrong just checking out in the lead. But even Wiratsak Yamchan's under pressure now. Looks like Tiru Kumaran might be about to catch up to him. Kumaran is loving it around this place. So the Birala is putting the top one under pressure. And so as they come off the turn, the battle for 4th position still going strong. Willock fancying a look on the inside of Darren Formosa. And he may still get a chance of it, but look at Tiru Kumaran. Kumaran is all over Wiratsak Yamchan. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Malaysian is going to try and make a bid here on the tie. Kumaran putting Wirasa Kamchan under some pressure. And Tiru Kumaran really going for it. The world's fastest surgeon is going after the Masters champion of last year. Formosa, Willock and Purser still nose to tail behind Peter Chua. So it really is looking pretty tight in the battles for second and for fifth. 2 laps to go, and here comes Luke Purser. He has a look on the inside of Ian Willock, biding his time, waiting for his moment. Just getting to the final is going to be the important factor for the drivers now, as Luke Armstrong is extended to 2 seconds, but Tiru Kumaran might just steal a bit of a party spoiler in the closing stages here. Luke Armstrong comes out of the final bend and goes into the last lap as Tiru Kumaran is putting Wirasa Kamchan under pressure in the toe. He's going to gain massively. So here comes Kumaran. Closing. Will it be enough to go for a move into turn 3? Kamchan knows he's there. Kumaran slides out. Wirasa Kamchan knows that Tiru Kumaran's all over him, so now he's going to defend like crazy to him. Out in front, Luke Armstrong. And Tiru Kumaran really piling on the pressure to Wirasa Kamchan. Is there going to be a move from the Malaysian? There could be a chance down the back straight. And Tiru Kumaran knows it. Wirasa Kamchan moves to the inside line. Kumaran puts him under pressure as they go for the S's. As Formosa's under pressure too from Willock. Formosa trying to keep it together in the closing stages. Willock is going to attack. But Tiru Kumaran wants one final swing on Wirasa Kamchan. He might just get the chance going down the bridge. If he can slide through on the inside line and make the bid, he's going to think about it. He nudges Kamchan. Maybe one final go in the final turn. But Luke Armstrong doesn't care. He'll get the victory. Luke Armstrong victorious. Second position for Kamchan in front of Kumaran. Fourth place will be Peter Chua. And in fifth will be Darren Formosa. Willock is next in front of Luke Purser, Tamiko, and Heidi Jokanine. Wow, fabulous run from Luke Armstrong. It was tough in the early stages. Kamchan certainly making him sweat for it. But Luke Armstrong, as soon as he gets that gap, he's going to leave them all standing. And he does it again. 1 race away from becoming the Master X30 champion 2026. Absolutely fantastic driving in the Master X30. We had a great battle all the way through, all the way to 9th. Rather a shame for Harith Zyrolo that he couldn't finish the race on that occasion. Hopefully he'll be back and stronger than ever for the final to put on a show once more. But it really is fantastic work from the competitors who continue to give us so much great work. Master X30, such an inspired decision last year from the 3 or 4 drivers. Scott Wood was the instigator. Give us our own race, he said. We promise we'll make it worth it. He wasn't wrong. And all of a sudden, Master X30 has become just as exciting as Cadet, Junior, and Senior. Wonderful to see the races they give us. And we couldn't do this without Master X30. It's just such a part and parcel of the gig. And it's wonderful to see these guys all over the age of 30 putting on a show. That was good avoidance. Well done, mate. So the Master X30 drivers bring themselves back into the garage. They'll go onto the weighbridge. They're not allowed to drive onto the weighbridge, but they'll bring the kart and stop just here in position. I couldn't have timed that better if I'd done it twice. As Luke Armstrong comes in with a victory and a very toughly fought one for the Simon Racing man on the Tony kart with the Simon Racing graphics. It was very well fought after the couple of false starts and then the pressure from Kamchan in the first 4 laps. He unlocked the supreme majesty that has coloured his season since round 2. And Luke Armstrong really was in fine form for that first race of the day for him. After 2 very solid superheats yesterday to win, or after 2 heats yesterday, to win the superheat in that fashion this time. Really impressive and really good work. So let's have a quick word with Luke Armstrong after easily one of the toughest races of his week. That was a difficult one at the start. 2 false starts. I know you were trying to quash the tactic, but he still managed to beat you off the line, but he really made you work for it in the early couple of laps, didn't he?
It should be a penalty for sure. Like, you can't be 10 karts ahead at the start when the red light's on. So I hope they do that, because we're trying to do the start properly and he's hanging back and then going. So whatever. And then brake checking everywhere, so we got a bumper, but I guess we'll start again in the final. So yeah, shame.
It's difficult because it's clear that these guys really want to beat you. And are you feeling that the tactics to try it are a little bit more towards gamesmanship rather than horsepower?
No, I'll leave it to the officials to review what's fair or not. But yeah, if the red light's on and you're ahead of the leader, then it's a penalty. But still good points, so we'll go to the next one.
The final later, it could be a wet one, considering the likelihood of 70% chance of rain at 12 o'clock. What are your thoughts about that if it gets to that point?
If it rains, then we drive in the wet. If it's dry, we drive in the dry. It's yeah, we tried something then probably in case it rains. So we've got a rough idea what to do.
It's diplomatic and simple as ever, Luke. Cheers, buddy.
Yeah, we'll have a chat over a coffee.
Excellent. Very interesting scenes then in Master X30. It was always going to be that way, I guess. Very interesting challenges all the way through. Trying to see where Peter Chua has ended up. I think he's ended up at the back of the queue in the end after all of that. So a couple of the drivers taking a bit of time to work their way through. So we'll try and catch up with the Master X30 drivers on the starting grid ahead of what promises to be a really exciting battle. But Luke Armstrong taking the victory, although it could be an interesting one in the final later. Right, we've got 2 races to go before the finals. Guess what? Yep, Senior X30, bring it on. We are 2 super heats away from the finals and the most exciting, enthralling, unpredictable class of them all. It's Senior X30, of course it is. And after the dominance thus far of Aaron Garcia, every single person here will be wanting the chance to get back at him. But can he claim a pole position in his group and 3 heat wins followed by a super heat win? It really is immaculate thus far from the Spaniard. But then when you're an IWF winner, a Euro Series winner, and a Valencia Winter Cup winner, and then you come to Asia, you expect to be near the front. But certainly his first couple of weekends were tough tests in Thailand and Macau. But here in Malaysia, he seems to really have the feel of this circuit. And he and the LOR Racing Kart Republic squad have definitely got their nails out to dig a decent plinth on this circuit. This is Aaron Garcia territory this weekend, and he wants to continue that bandwagon. Aaron Garcia, Toby Gale, Zaria Vrykal and Travis Teo at the front of the Group 1 Superheat in Senior X30. Andrea Galimberti and Danish Chen from Sonny Ratcliffe and Leonardo Mori. The top 10 rounded out by Jerry G and Conrad Garrow. Sarah Kojima 11th from Ashton Yong in 12th position for JS Karting. Ryan Gunnar Vordena and Nathan Aria from Banya Yamchan and Sra Anuras. Behind them, it is Ethan Singer and Jonas Tan. Then we have Amir Danish and Panush Steenman Kong. 21st on the grid for this one, it's the Eugene Racing driver, Michael Henderson. So as they run in close proximity on the formation lap, it is a bone-dry circuit, but there's a lot of tension in the air. And certainly for the likes of Aaron Garcia, it's going to be fascinating. Who is going to get the best of it as the drivers run through at the sharp end? Big racing set to come. Big moves on the horizon. And Aaron Garcia definitely in attack mode. We've said it time and time again in Senior X30. Expect the unexpected, because you never really know what's lingering around the bend. And certainly the Superheat Group 1, it's Aaron Garcia versus Toby Gale on the front row of the grid. two of the world-class racers in this Senior X30 field. They'll always give us a decent spectacle. But Zadia Vraikal and Travis Teo flying the flag for Malaysia on the second row. This circuit has practically become their backyard over the last year or so, and they want to make good hay while the sun's shining. So as the contenders getting themselves under starters' orders, the 220 is already under investigation. That is Panu Steenmankong. So I'm not entirely sure what he's under investigation for, but he's already under investigation before the race gets underway. He's already had 2 DNFs, one of which was caused by a technical flag. And he had a couple of incidents yesterday which were certainly on the back foot for him. And don't forget, there's only 36 spaces available on the starting grid for the final with 39 drivers in the field. So there's going to be a handful of drivers who are not going to be able to make it through to the final today. The biggest grid in Senior X30 history in Malaysia. So now we're going to the final corner to go up through the revs. The start is going to be an interesting one for Garthia and Gale. Are we going to get a clean start? We are, and off we go. A tough start. Garthia's not moving fast enough. Gale crosses the line, and he gets into the lead. Almost no start at all for Aaron Garthia, but he does manage to rise the revs in time, and Gale has got ahead of him. So Toby Gale getting the start he wanted, and it's bumping and boring through turn 3. Somebody's lost the chain guard. Something flew off the cart there in the middle. So it looks like we're going to get a technical flag. It's a black flag for Panu Steenmankong on the very first lap. So definitely a problem for Panu Steenmankong. And I'm fairly sure that's going to be game over for him. On the inside, trying to make the move there, Zadia Vraikal going for the move on Garthia, and he's got Travis Teo with him as Toby Gale pulls clear out front. But Panu Steenmankong is having a miserable weekend, and I think it's just come to an end because surely he's not going to have enough points from these races with a black flag to get through to the final. That's pretty much spelled the end of his weekend here in Malaysia. But Gale is not only in the lead, but he's disappearing up front. Big dive down the straight. That is Panu Steenmankong making moves, diving up the inside, but he's already got a black flag. I wonder what his reaction's going to be when he passes it. Panu Steenmankong is still pushing on. I don't know whether he's seen it or not on the gantry. But Gale leads Garthia, Raikal, Teo, Chen, Mori, Ratcliffe, Galimberti, and Ashton Young in front of Ethan Singer. What a great drive from Singer so far. First ever weekend in the championship and up in the top 10 of the Superheat. Very impressive. So with a couple of drivers trying to fight their way back after some difficulties. Raikal's going to make the bid. On the inside line, he gets Garthia, but Garthia gets him on the switch. So Garthia temporarily loses the place, only for Raikal to lose it on the outside, and Garthia was ready for it. So Aaron Garthia certainly stepping up the attack, but Toby Gale, who is in championship attack mode, leads the race, and he wants to disappear and win this one at a canter. He's had some difficulties over the weekend, but this is where Toby Gale comes good. Out of the final turn, and with 12 laps to go, it is very much game on for Gale. So as the drivers continue on their charge into the pits to retire, comes Panu Steenmankong, and he is not happy about it at all, I'm sure. But Steenmankong out of the race. Gale leads. Garthia second. Raikal third. Great battle further back. This is Mori having a battle with Travis Teo and Danish Chen. So Mori's up into fourth position. But this is a great run for the Malaysian. He really loves going around here. And now he's going to hold his nerve as Travis Teo tries to get the move on the inside line. The Singaporean, Danish Chen, waiting in the wings to make an overtake. Never easy to know where you're going to make that pass. And certainly for the moment, it all looks pretty aggro for Mori, Teo, and Chen. So with Leonardo Mori moving up into fourth position, he can now hunt down Zadia Vraikal. But Raikal is trying to get back on terms with Garthia, who has pulled a little bit of a gap. But Toby Gale is out of the tow range of Aaron Garthia. So I'm not entirely sure that Garthia is quite going to be able to have the legs to go back after Toby Gale again. 11 laps to go, and Gale is your leader. Garthia second from Raikal, Mori, Teo, Chen, Galimberti, Ratcliffe, Kojima, Singer, Yong, Garrow, and Xi. Looking for those moves on the inside lights. Still a decent battle in the offing here as Danish Chen again looks to make a bid on Travis Teo. So it's all settling down at the sharp end of the field. Don't forget they're on old tyres, so they can't really make great use of them at this point. But if you look after your tyres for the next few laps, then there's going to be a chance to make up some ground on the drivers around you. So there's still an incentive to keep circulating, keep finding the moves, and keep looking for the next big opportunity. Just because it's not a dial a minute, it doesn't mean that there isn't a big opportunity coming. And it looks like this tactic is working quite well up the inside line there, side by side, up and over the curbs. A very scary moment between the Kart Republic and the 254 there. So that was 258, I should say. That was Jerry T and Nathan Aria having a bit of a squabble. Nathan Aria fancying his chances to go through, and it didn't quite work out for him. So Toby Gale, 1.4 seconds clear of Garthia. When he's got a lead and he's got a decent kart underneath him, none of the other drivers will see which way he went. Now the man on the move here, and without any doubt at all, is Leonardo Mori. Fourth position, closing up on Zariev Raikal. He's clearly got a good kart beneath him, and he's making good reactions at the moment to move up the order. So Zariev Raikal, third position, but Leonardo Mori, his countryman, is trying to make the moves, and he's got a good chance over the top of the bridge. He closes in on the parallel. So Zariev Raikal definitely starting to make those moves to try and defend Leonardo Mori, because the Cosmic is definitely quick in a straight line. Here he comes. He'll be in the tow. So Zariev Raikal going quickly. There's Gale. He's the leader. Garthia second. Mori is right in behind Raikal now, so the move could be incumbent. We'll look to see where Leonardo Mori makes the play. Zariev Raikal, third position. Looking for that move on the inside line. Not easy to know where he's going to try and go for it. But Leonardo Mori certainly hunting down Zariev Raikal. Raikal going well, the Malaysian, but his countryman, Leonardo Mori, is in there with him, trying to get the move done. With Travis Teo and the Singaporean Danish Chen close behind. Still seeking those opportunities under the bridge, but Mori is settling into a rhythm now. I think Leonardo Mori is well aware of the fact that he can actually work with Zariev Raikal to try and close up on Aaron Garthia and try and make a play for second place. It's not out of the woods for that yet. Toby Gale, meanwhile, is not only leading, but he's well clear of Aaron Garthia, and he's actually pulling about 0.2 of a second per lap. He's not just winning, he's dominating. And the man from Pattaya going so strong at the front of the field that the others are just racing for second place now. And Mori is certainly racing for that. He's going to get up the inside of Raikal. Third position for the Cosmic. Lovely job from Leonardo Mori. This is the home circuit for the 7 Racing team. They are based in the garage just under the starting gantry. And Leonardo Mori has a real chance here to take on the man up front. If anyone's going to go head-to-head with Aaron Garthia, a Leonardo Mori challenge would be wonderful to watch. So Garthia, oh, look at this. They're actually gesticulating to each other. Come on, Leo, get on with it. If you're going to get past me, you need to go after Aaron. And Leo's doing, I'm trying it. But this is fascinating gameplay between these two drivers. Zariev Raikal getting frustrated, but now Leonardo Mori is opening up the taps. He's getting away. And even in the tow, the parallel closes, but it's not close enough to really be a threat to Leonardo Mori in the long term, because the Cosmic is definitely quicker in the other parts of the course. So he's got to hope for some support from his teammate, Travis Teo. That's where he can make the bounce back. But Garthia is now a second clear of Mori. That's the reason that Raikal was so frustrated, because you got ahead of me and then you held me up. And that has given us a second deficit now to Aaron Garthia, who in turn is nearly 2 seconds back from Toby Gale. Meanwhile, Sarah Kojima is having a great battle with Andrea Galimberti. Galimberti trying to get through. Conrad Garrow is in the mix as well. So it's deja vu for Andrea Galimberti. He's battling with Sarah Kojima and Conrad Garrow, just like he was last year in junior. So as the drivers go up over the top of the crest, behind Sonny Ratcliffe, Kojima is the one who's on top at the moment in front of Galimberti and Garrow. Then Ethan Singer, who's making a big impact in this race already. He's not just up towards the top 10, he's staying there. Another good run from Nathan Aria. He's up to 12th in front of Ashton Young, Jerry T, Svatanoras, Ryan Gunnavordena, and then Panya Yamchan from Emir Danish, Jonas Tan, and Michael Henderson. So Gale is now almost 2 seconds clear of Garcia, although they were pretty even Stevens on the last lap in terms of pace. But Toby Gale has got himself away from the toe. That's the important thing. With 6 laps to go, Toby Gale looks like he can just skip his way to the victory now. It's certainly been a very challenging run as Galimberti still dueling with Singer, and Galimberti runs too far wide. Singer and Aria have both got through as Aria now gets the move on Ethan Singer, and Galimberti's at the back of the queue. There he is. The Italian, Andrea Galimberti's having a real miserable race out there. Certainly not what he was hoping for at the beginning of the week. And Andrea Galimberti trying his best now. He takes on Ethan Singer, dives down at the bottom of the hill, gets out wide, but he's got the pace out of the corner. He can hold it in front of Ethan Singer. 5 laps to go. But this is not what was in the script for Andrea Galimberti and the Top 1 Motorsport team at all, as Galimberti slips all the way to 11th. Toby Gale, Aaron Garcia, 2 seconds back. Then Leonardo Mori, and then the 3 DRM Paralins. Zani of Raikal, Travis Teo, and Danish Chen. Then Sonny Ratcliffe, Sarah Kojima, Conrad Garrow, and Nathan Aria. A fascinating battle as the competitors still work closely to make the moves. A little bit of hustling in the middle of the race, but certainly enough to be challenging for position. Oh, and a run wide there from Ryan Gunnavordena. Ryan Gunnavordena, the Sri Lankan, going out wide and losing a couple of positions. I'm not sure if that was an assisted move or whether that was a mistake from another driver. But for Toby Gale, he doesn't even have to think about that kind of thing. He's currently 2.3 seconds clear of Aaron Garcia, just when he needed to. Toby Gale has pulled out the stops. He was scrabbling for the lead with Dylan Tan earlier. Now he's dominating in the superheat. So whatever it is they needed to change, they've certainly made good work of it at Birilat Asia. And Toby Gale coming up with the goods. Aaron Garcia, Leonardo Mori, Zadi of Raikal, Travis Teo, Danish Chen. And then it is Sonny Ratcliffe, Sarah Kojima, Conrad Garrow, and Nathan Aria, with Andrea Galimberti struggling for pace in 11th position. This is not what we've come to expect from the Italian. So Leonardo Mori tried his best to close up on Aaron Garcia, but it doesn't look like it's going to work out that way. He's got to 3rd position, but I'm not sure there's anything left. Certainly doesn't look like there's anything left for Raikal's tyres. He's struggling to get away from his teammates, Travis Teo and Danish Chen, and he's losing too much per lap to really make a push on Leonardo Mori. So with 3 laps to go, Toby Gale is 2.5 clear of Garcia. The win in the superheat looks almost nailed on now. So as far as Toby Gale is concerned, it's just bring it home, chalk one up, and focus on the next one. But for Aaron Garcia, it looks as though the pace was just a little bit too much in the heats because he can't get it together in the superheat. 2.5 seconds to the deficit. But he'll still be in front of the Paralins and Leonardo Mori. Although Mori is really starting to eat up the road now to Garcia. I wonder if the tyres are really starting to drop away for the LOR Kart Republic. There is Mori, and he's got 3 laps to do something about Garcia. Just getting into the slipstream could be enough. If he gets into the toe on one of the last couple of laps, he'll make up so much time. You can make up as much as 0.6 of a second just in the toe. So all Garcia has to do is stay in front of Mori. All Mori has to do is put Garcia under pressure. Gale looks over his shoulder, and he knows that Garcia is a long way back. Maury is trying to make himself as aerodynamic as possible. The gap is 0.6 of a second. He can try and make up some of that on this lap. There is Garcia, there is Maury. And then the Paralins of Raikal, Teo and Chen. 2 to go. Is there going to be enough time for Leonardo Maury to attack Aaron Garcia? He's got to hope that he can make up most of that time in the toe on the next lap. But certainly it looks as though the Kart Republic is struggling for pace at the moment. And as they work their way through, good pace and good battles. The top 6 still working their craft. Ratcliffe is being caught rapidly by Kojima and by Conrad Garrow. So there could be a change of positions towards the end of the race there as well. And there's a problem for the top 1 machine at the back of the field. Problems there as we've got a kart slowing. I think it's Jerry G. Jerry G appears to be slowing, so problems there for Jerry G. I don't think he's going to get to the end of this one. So Toby Gale leads going into the final lap. Garcia second, and Maury's doing his best. The gap is down to 0.4 of a second. It might be enough for Maury to make one push. And Sarah Kojima has managed to get ahead of Sunny Ratcliffe. So she's up in a 7th place on the last lap. So Kojima now going defensive. Conrad Garrow could be the push on Sunny Ratcliffe. And Andrea Galimberti is still there in 11th position behind Nathan Aria, trying to make some progress as Jerry T pulls into the pits to retire. But it's Toby Gale out in front. Even if Maury can get one move on Garcia, it's not going to change the victory. Here is the man who's going to get it done. And the man from Pattaya is going to get it done one more time in 2026. Toby Gale. He only missed one race weekend because of his battle in Macau. Oh, contact! Further back, Garrow and Ratcliffe collide. Conrad Garrow and Sunny Ratcliffe collide on the final lap. Both of them out of it. But it's going to be victory for Toby Gale nonetheless. Toby Gale gets the win at an absolute dominant streak. Garcia in front of Maury. And then Raikal, Teo and Chen. Sarah Kojima survives. And she will come through in 7th position ahead of Aria Galimberti. And in 10th position after all of that, it's going to be Ashton Yong. Wow, very unfortunate end to the race then for Conrad Garrow, who does get going again, but he'll finish at the back. But what a race battle. Toby Gale, Aaron Garcia, and Leonardo Maury at the front end of the field in Senior X30. Some big battles to come for sure, but for Toby Gale, that is one step closer to glory. A superheat domination that they can really be proud of at the end there. And it certainly sets him up for one final push. Birilat Asia struggling a little bit in Senior X30 this weekend, but boy, have they brought it back when it's needed. Full credit to Michael Patrizzi and all the rest of the team at Birilat Asia. Part of the Patrizzi course stable. They've really put on a good show over the course of this week. And now it's all starting to come together right when it matters most. And even if Toby Gale's back is up against the wall, when you need him to deliver, he's always going to rise to the occasion. Fantastic work from Toby Gale, exactly when it was needed. And despite missing Macau due to an exam, you've got to focus on your education as much as you do your racing. He's now in position to lock and stranglehold this title exactly at the right moment. Toby Gale comes in, and it really has been a sensational drive for the young Thai. Excellent effort. And the man from Pattaya is just one final away from destiny. Let's have a word with him. Toby, that looked pretty straightforward from your point of view, but I'm guessing the first couple of laps were certainly anything but.
Yeah, it was quite difficult, but, you know, obviously we had the pace and just kept our head down and, you know, finished where we should be.
You managed to look after the tyres quite well in the previous heats. I guess that's what put you in the position to be so strong in the superheat.
Yeah, for sure. But I also think, you know, we thought about it a lot. We capitalized on the start and got away when we needed to.
So now you'll have fresh tyres, whether it's rain or dry in the final later. And you're one race away from getting what perhaps should have been yours in 2025. Feeling confident?
More than confident.
Good luck for it, buddy. Well done.
Thank you.
Toby Gale ready to claim that prize, and it was certainly very strong indeed from his point of view. Certainly good work from the drivers behind as well. Let's see if we can grab a word with the man in P2. Aaron, still very strong. I guess those amazing races in the heats, it just took a toll a little bit on the tyres in the superheat, but you're right up at the front still.
Well, I mean, yeah, we have the pole for the final. I think on this one, we just miss a bit. I think we know where it is. So, yeah. I also think in the start he was a bit in the front. So, I don't know if there will be a penalty or something. I think he also moved dangerous move into the inside, but I think it's quite okay. I think I have the speed for the final, so it will be a good one. So, I think there is many people fighting for the championship. I mean, I have mathematically some options, but it's quite hard to do it. So, I don't know. I'm just trying to make the car to be on top, so we just will make it.
It seems that ever since you came to play in Asia, you've kind of taken this on as your next challenge. You've conquered the IWF, you've won Europe. Is this the next target now? Do you just want to add another string to your bow?
Well, I mean, always when I race, I just want to win. When we fight the championship, maybe we just think about the championship. All race I race, I'm thinking on the win. So will be the same on this one.
Well, we certainly enjoyed it. Well done, Aaron.
Thank you.
A fantastic performance from him. I want to see if we've got the chance to have a quick word with Leonardo Mori, if he's still around. Where is Leo? Has he already disappeared? Has he made himself scarce? I want to see where Leonardo Mori is. I wonder if he's already disappeared, as he's started to make some great waves out on the circuit. Yeah, I think he's already gone round the bend, unfortunately, so I've already missed him. Unfortunate, but we'll grab him later. There is still one more Senior X30 race to come. That is the second of the Super Heats, and that will set us into position for the grid for the final. And there's still plenty of players in this one who could cause an upset. Well, of course, not every race can be a strong one, but not every race is going to be a boring one either. X30 always gives magic. Every single run, you're always going to be locked in for a fascinating battle. And Senior X30 will have its final super heat on this particular battle. And then we'll take a pause. After that pause, it's finals time. And there's certainly some silverware up for grabs. Whether there's a championship sealed or not, it will certainly be very close all the way to the line. And so the drivers fire up and are sent out, ready for the battle in the Senior X30 Superheat. Group 2, they're out on the course, ready for the showdown. So I've got the starting grid in front of me. I can talk you through it. Putra Adam in the pole position alongside Shun Sekaguchi of Japan. Third position, Kai Burke, along with Wadapong Yamchan. Dylan Tan and Paco Sarmiento. Rafael Kamal and Dominic Setyavan. Mikola Masurie and Melvin Shane rounding out the top 10. Then it's Bruce Chen and Li Wei Tsen. Rajarat Anantakan and Ethan Sito. From Aidan Forbes and Dylan Lowe. Caleb Tan and Armin Sahu. And then rounding out the grid will be Tianwen Chen and Freeman Ui. And so the competitors are dialed in for the last race before the finals, the second group, Senior X30 Superheat. So much riding on this one for the contenders. And so the contenders are ready. It will be a very tough battle for everyone up front. They know there's obviously going to be a lot to compete for across these remaining 14 laps before the finals later. It's a tough old race around this place, and a very difficult competition awaits us. But of course, for every battle, there are instigators who will bring it right up to the top end. And there's so many that could take the win in this one. Putra Adam, Shun Sakaguchi, both winners this weekend. Kai Burke, a winner many times before. Warapung Yamchan, getting the job done in 4th position. Then Dylan Tan, Bako Sarmiento. And a really solid battle behind them for Rafael Kamal and Dominic Setivan, both who have been just as feisty as they've been fast. And then Mikola Masurier, the Australian superstar. 9th position, he's not had the easiest of weekends here. They've been struggling on setup. But if he's got it nailed together on this one, he could well charge through from 9th position. What's going to happen? We're going to find out next time. It's a false start. So, big issues off the start then there. I'm not quite sure what happened on that occasion. I'm not sure that Putra Adam did either. So an interesting one, but the driver's out of position off the start, and so it's a false start as far as the race director Martin Bean is concerned. So the contenders are getting ready for the onslaught, and it's certainly going to be an interesting one out there. But with only 4 races to go, it's certainly going to be an interesting one after this one. We'll get into the finals for junior, cadet, master, and then senior. And of course, the podium ceremony this time could well be enough to tie things up. So for 14 laps of the LYL circuit, things could be very interesting as the drivers come through. The squabble is going to be real here in the Superheat Group 2. The competitors are working to make themselves into a good position. But off the start, expect some real firepower. Putra Adam and Shun Sakaguchi, the Malaysian GT and touring car racer who's come back to karting. Putra Adam, now alongside Shun Sakaguchi, the son of the great Super Formula and Super GT winner, Yui Sakaguchi. Front row of the grid for the Gold Motorsport driver. And watch out for Kai Burke, the Bundaberg bouncer, alongside Warapong Yamchan. Pata is ready to claim his first win. Off the turn, let's race! Fantastic start for Kai Burke. He's going to get through to 2nd position into turn 1. Lovely launch from the barrel art, and he's already going to make his bid on the inside of Putra Adam. Kai Burke thinking about the lead already. The racers work their way through in Senior X30. There's already some conflagration. Couple of drivers running wide. Yamchan's lost all sorts of positions. So too has, I believe, I think that's Paco Sarmiento losing positions as well. So problems then off the start. Several drivers running out wide. And in the lead, it is the pole sitter, Putra Adam, but Kai Burke is all over him. Shun Sakaguchi through into 3rd position, and that's Mikola Masurier losing out to Dylan Tan. So as they skate their way through the first few corners, Putra Adam has the advantage over Kai Burke and Shun Sakaguchi. They continue to push their way forward, up through the left-handers, 1, 2, and 3, up to the top of the brim of the bridge. Burke looking for his move. Sakaguchi just trying to balance the opposition. They'll get into the toe as they come off the turn. Now they're flat on the throttle. From here all the way to turn 3. Out of the hairpin, they come past opposition. And it's going to be Adam, Burke, Sakaguchi. 4th position for Dylan Tan. Behind them is Masurier, Sarmiento, Chen, Lee, Kamal, and Ethan Sito. Burke looking for the move on the inside line. He's going to be nailed to the inside line. Putra Adam not quite finding the move on the inside. Tan behind Sakaguchi. Sakaguchi pushing Burke to the inside of the hairpin. Sakaguchi goes for the inside. Lovely overtake from the Japanese. There was a little bit of contact on the front fairing of Burke's cart. I wonder if that's dislodged it a little. Certainly Sakaguchi and Tan have got through. Burke just checking everything's okay, but that's given Putra Adam a little bit of oxygen. To the inside, and that's going to be Masurier wheel to wheel with Sarmiento. Very nicely handled. But it's Adam who leads the way. Sakaguchi, Tan, Burke, Masurier, Sarmiento, Chen, and Lee. Trying to make it all count as they go under the bridge. Bruce Chen on the back of this train on the Tony kart, looking very strong in this one. Masurier and Sarmiento wanting to close up on the top 4. There is the move from Sarmiento on the inside of Masurier. Masurier gives him a nudge as they go through. But Sarmiento is up at a P5. Mikola Masurier, P6 at the moment on the Tony kart. But Putra Adam is being caught here by Sakaguchi and Dylan Tan. Kai Burke hasn't given up in 4th place. It's just 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward as far as he's concerned. So out through the hairpin. Adam, Sakaguchi, Tan, Burke, Sarmiento, and Lemasurier. Onto the back stretch, and it looks very tidy indeed for Sakaguchi. He really is finding the pace now. Putra Adam had the lead, and he got a little bit of momentum as a result of those moves, but he hasn't got the pace, and there goes Sakaguchi. Shun Sakaguchi into the lead, the Japanese star, with a lovely move. And so the 15-year-old gets up into the lead once again. Beautifully done from Shun Sakaguchi. That'll do nicely. And he certainly has the moves. So now he's got to try and find a little bit more. Oh, off the road goes Dylan Tan. He recovers, but he's lost a bit of ground there. My goodness me. It's getting ruthless out there as now Tan goes wheel to wheel with Lemasurier. Sakaguchi leads Adam. Adam's back on the inside. Thank you. I'll take the lead back again. And here comes Kai Burke. He wants a piece of this again. Shun Sakaguchi getting some help from Kai Burke. Go on. You go after him. You go after him. Putra Adam is backing up the pack here with the defensive moves on the inside. And here comes Sarmiento. Paco Sarmiento now in P4. He fancies a look at the lead. Good defensive tactics from Adam. Sakaguchi's going to make it. Burke on the inside. Sakaguchi out wide. Burke is in the lead. Oh, beautiful from Kai Burke. And now a dive on the inside again from Putra Adam. Oh, contact. That's a collision between Sarmiento. No, sorry, that's Kamal. Kamal worked his way forward. Kamal and Sakaguchi, they tangled as they came through. And suddenly, it's Sakaguchi in 3rd to Dylan Tan and Rafael Kamal. Oh, and at the bottom of the bridge. 2 carts off the road. That's the Tony cart and the CRG. I think that is Melvin Shane and Tian Runchen. Wow, big problems there as they came through. It was Bruce Chen and Dylan Lowe, in fact. So Bruce Chen and Dylan Lowe in big problems at the bottom of the hill there. It's getting feisty in Senior X30. These guys don't need racing gloves. They need boxing gloves. Up the inside. A lovely move again from Sarmiento as he works his way forward past Rafael Kamal into P5. But out in front, it's Adam and Burke. They've got clear. Sakaguchi joining with Dylan Tan. Then it's Sarmiento in front of Kamal and Mika Lemasurier in P7. So let's just keep calm. Let's get back into the mix as Lemasurier dives in on Kamal. 8th place for Rachava Anantakan of the Fireball team. So Anantakan trying to go through on Kamal. And there's Wadapong Yamchan trying to make a recovery drive after his problems earlier. So the 2 ties trying to take on Rafael Kamal. But Kamal has been very aggressive this weekend. Here comes Anantakan on the inside. And that's a lovely move. And now there's going to be another one here. Putter is going to try and get the move on Kamal. Kamal protects to the inside. The back end slides out. And Kai Burke is going back after Putra Adam. So Putra Adam is going to work very closely here to hold his position. But Kai Burke is working hard. Here's Kamal doing his best to keep back Wadapong Yamchan. The battle for 8th place. They battle for position. They rub wheels. And now the chance is going to come from Putter as Kamal checks him as he comes off the turn. God, this is getting really feisty. Bit of a battle for 10th position as well. Aidan Forbes and Ethan Cito squabbling over position. Cito's going to try and open up the move on Aidan Forbes as Kamal again protects the position from a feisty Wadapong Yamchan. But Kai Burke is just taking it 1 lap at a time here. He's closing up on Putra Adam to try and make another push. They've still got 8 laps to go now that they come out of the final turn. So Putra Adam and Kai Burke, there's the move from Putter. And Kamal is left enough space to make the move, but Putter is able to get through and get the job done. 8 laps remaining. Half a second between Adam and Burke. And Burke is definitely gaining in the toe to Putra Adam. There's not a lot to choose between the Paralin and the Biralart in terms of straight line speed. So in the toe, that's where Kai Burke can make a lot of his time up. Very difficult to know how this is going to play out. Good battles behind the top 6 as well. That's Yamchan up into 8th place. Behind him, we've got Forbes and Sito. Sorry, that's Kamal and Sito. As Aiden Forbes is 11th in front of Setyavan, Tan, Lee, Tian, and Melvin Shane. So still they go close together in the battle. As over the top of the bridge, and Kai Burke is only half a second back from Putra Adam with a lot of racing still to go. If Kai Burke is smart with his tyre usage, then there's a good opportunity here for him to go after Putra Adam one more time. Kai Burke looking quick. Sekaguchi's putting a bit of a gap on Dylan Tan now. And the 279, Ethan Sito having a good run. That's the Masurier battling away with Bako Sarmiento. Oh no, that's Rachavat Anantakan. So Anantakan comes through, and that moves him up into 7th position. So Anantakan moves up. And that is a good run from the Thai driver on the fireball. So Rachavat Anantakan going for position. Oh, a little bit of a battle in the closing stages of the sector. Some big battles as Aiden Forbes is trying to keep himself in the mix here, but there's a big hustle as they come off the turn. That's Setyavan battling with Rafael Kamal. It's getting very messy between these two. Oh, and a little bit of a hustle there from the 297. That's Caleb Tan. Now, Caleb Tan is on a cart that's for sale. He's got it written on the side of his side pods. They didn't put stickers on the cart because apparently stickers weigh 3 kilos. So he's taken them off and they said, this cart is for sale if you want to buy it. Good on Caleb Tan. Ever the joker. So Putra Adam finds another 1/10 of a second on Burke on that lap. Shun Sekaguchi pulling half a second clear of Dylan Tan. Sarmiento alone in P5. And then it's Rachavat Anantakan in front of Mikola Masurier, Wadapong Yamchan, Ethan Sito, and Dominic Setyavan. So far, so good in the lead battle. But now even Shun Sekaguchi fancies his chances to close up on Kai Burke. I don't think this win is over yet. Putra Adam, Kai Burke, Shun Sekaguchi, and Dylan Tan. They're at the top 4. I think they're going to get closer together before this race is over. Certainly the lead battle is tightening up. We're going to get to see some more great duels between them as Putra Adam, Kai Burke, Shun Sekaguchi, and Dylan Tan squabbling. Sarmiento's a little bit far back, but then we've got Anantakan, Lamasurier, Yamchan, Sito, Setyavan, Kamal, and Caleb Tan. Very tricky to know who's going to have the better tyres in the closing stages of this one. We'll have 5 laps to go as they come past the line this time. And Putra Adams only got half a second. Here comes Anand. Here comes the move. That is Yamchan getting past Lamasurier. So Lamasurier not able to get the most out of it. He looks underneath his right arm to see if there's anything he can do about the setup of this kart while he's driving. But certainly for the moment, it's not looking particularly positive for the Australian. He's had a much tougher instigation to Infinity IAME Series Asia than I think he was thinking about. So Putra Adam and Kai Burke really struggling to hold off the attentions of Shun Sekaguchi, who is catching them both. But if I know Shun Sekaguchi, he's not going to make the overtake on Kai Burke. He's going to use the Birolart, work together with him in the toe, and they're going to catch up to Putra Adam in unison. So there is Lee Wei Tsen. Oh, sorry, that is Aman Sahu, I should say, battling it out with Melvin Shane. So the two of them having a midfield squabble. Dominic Setyavan trying to close up on Ethan Sito in 8th position. 9th position, sorry. Then Rafael Kamal in 11th from Caleb Tan, Forbes, Tian, Lee, Shane, Sahu, Ui. And then we've got the retirements, Dylan Lowe and Bruce Chen. So it really is now or never. As Putra Adam, 7/10 of a second ahead of Kai Burke. But Shun Sekaguchi is closing up on Burke in the Birolart, so there could still be a chance to come back at this race for the Japanese. He knows it. 4 laps to go, and there's only 1.7 between the top 4 drivers now. Putra Adam is trying to get away from the pack, and the Paralin is pushing. But then so is Shun Sekaguchi. He looks really confident here, the Japanese driver. Shun Sekaguchi on the Gold Motorsport chassis, working hard here. Good effort as they keep up the tempo. Right through the right-hander, and then out through the left. Left again, Kai Burke on a 107.0, his best lap. So he's certainly had the pace, but Shun Sekaguchi's going quicker still. 106.7 to make up the time. 3 laps to go. So it's definitely looking very strong indeed for the Japanese driver. He can now use the slipstream and the toe to get back on terms with Kai Burke. Surely he can do something about this. Burke slides. There's Dylan Tan in fourth on the Kart Republic. Still very tricky to know who's going to get the best of it as Dylan Tan continues to work hard here to close up on the top three. Putra Adam leading, then Kai Burke, then Shun Sakaguchi and Dylan Tan. Sarmiento P5 and on his own. Rachara Anantakan P6. And then it's Wadapong Yamchan right behind him. Yamchan's going to make the bidding over the move. He gets the overtake on Anantakan. They're still squabbling, but the two ties are now 6th and 7th. Putra Adam is really pushing his limits here on the Paralin, but it looks as though he's got the legs of the karts behind him. And it doesn't look as though Shun Sakaguchi is going to be able to go for the win, but second position is still very much up for grabs. He could still make a push here on Kai Burke. 2 laps to go, but they're about a second back now, I would say. So I think there's just going to be a lack of time to make a push. Shun Sakaguchi in the toe, trying to close up on Burke. And there is Dylan Tan in fourth. Sarmiento and the two ties. Here we go. Yamchan and Anantakan. Sakaguchi closing back up on Kai Burke in the Birala. They work their way up and over the top of the curbs, around to the left-hander, through the flick, and then they go down the short back straight. Up to the hairpin. So far, so good. It is looking really tight between Burke and Shun Sakaguchi. Somebody's got to make a play for it. But Putra Adam is having a wonderful job up in front. He looks really composed here. So Putra Adam having a solid race of it from Kai Burke and Shun Sakaguchi. Then Dylan Tan, Sarmiento, Yamchan, and Atakan, Lemasurier, Sito, and Setyavan. And so the battle is for second position realistically here between Burke and Sakaguchi with Dylan Tan waiting in the wings. And we go to the final lap. And it looks so good for Putra Adam. He is in a very strong position, looking good for a solid effort. 0.8 of a second in front of Kai Burke. And I'm not sure now that the challenge is going to be good enough from the Australian. If anything, he's going to need to look over one shoulder because Shun Sakaguchi will try his luck. Kai Burke is defending it already. Sakaguchi trying to get alongside him. He's going to get out wide, and Dylan Tan will get in front. Dylan Tan has made the jump on Shun Sakaguchi. They're side by side. Dylan Tan is going to make the push here for third place. Sakaguchi attacks, but Tan has made it stick. Dylan Tan into third position. Now he's going to cover the line from Sakaguchi. So Putra Adam is on the run to victory. Kai Burke in second. Dylan Tan should be third. But Sakaguchi's certainly going to make him work for it in the closing corners. So after all of the intensity, Putra Adam did have enough in the tank on the Paralin. He will come through the final turn, and it's going to be victory once again for Putra Adam. Excellent drive. Second place for Kai Burke. Third for Dylan Tan in front of Shun Sakaguchi. Fifth place is Paco Sarmiento. Not bad for a man who's only had 18 months of racing experience. Wadapong Yamchan, Ratcharat Anatakan, Dominic Setyavan, Ethan Sito, and Mika Lemasurier. So it was always going to be pretty tricky, but it definitely ended up being so in the closing stages of the superheat. But the one man who can't be vanquished in this particular superheat is Putra Adam. Great drive from the Paralin for the R Motorsport team. And an excellent drive for Putra Adam on his return to karting. It doesn't matter if you go into touring cars. It doesn't matter if you go into sports cars. The lesson is clear. All you've got to do is keep that karting instinct. You may need it one day. And as I've said to drivers many times before, you can take the driver out of karting, but you can't take karting out of the driver. They always want to come back to it one way or another. It's instinct and it stays with you forever. Karting is immortal as far as racing drivers are concerned. You'll always get a chance to go back in it and you'll always take it. If you're a proper racing driver, you never really, truly leave karting behind you. So excellent work again from Putra Adam, proving that once again, talent is universal. If you can hack it in touring cars and sports cars, it all comes good if you can hack it in karting. And another solid run from Putra Adam, and a very important win for the DRM Paralympic team with the Arario Power Asia engines. Tuned, obviously, it's IAME all the way, of course, but it's Arario who give the tuning. Come and have a word with us, Putra. That started out as a bit of a hectic one, but you just about managed to keep out of reach of the toe to make it work for you. Was it all about time management, or were there a few other things going on?
I think we were just a little bit low on the tire pressures. So we struggled a bit in the start. Shun got past me, and Kai as well, but I managed to get past them. And yeah, the car came alive towards the middle of the race. Yeah, we're looking good now. I'm really happy.
Heading into the final, you seem like the team and you have got the package together. It's going to be interesting on fresh tires. What do you rate your chances?
Yeah, it'll be interesting with fresh tires. I mean, everyone will have new tires now. But yeah, competition's really close. A lot of drivers are really quick. So the final will definitely be one to watch.
Exciting stuff, Putra. Great to see you back at the pace. Well done.
Thank you.
Another great win for Putra Adam, this time in the superheat, so it really counts on this occasion. I'll get in there and have a word with the man in second place again as well, because that was a big effort from him in the opening stages. Kai, that was a great start. The car really started to come alive in the opening stages. Just a little bit missing towards the end, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think the track's developed a bit more than we thought. So, yeah, overall good race, kept position where we needed to. So, yeah, we'll go again in the final and, yes, give it all we got.
You guys have definitely taken some great lessons over the week. From the misery of qualifying, you've managed to work your way back into a position where you can still go for this race final victory. How do you rate the chances for you and the team?
Yeah, well, we've got the pace, we know that. So, we'll just chip away a bit and have a look over the data and stuff. And, yeah, we'll give it all we got in the final. So, I think we've got a pretty good chance.
Good effort, Kai. Keep the Bundaberg boys bouncing back home. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent performance. Let's see if we can find Dylan Tan, actually, because he was really on the hard charge to third position. Another great run from Paco Sarmiento as well. But Dylan in tough conversations at the end of the race there. Dylan, that was some pretty spicy stuff towards the end. You certainly weren't prepared to sit back in fourth position. How do you feel it went from your side?
I think the start was pretty good. And then when I was in third, I got clipped out and went wide. I had to fight my way back to fourth and then third. So not too bad, honestly.
Do you feel like the rib protectors are quite warranted in this sport? You almost need boxing gloves out there sometimes.
Yeah, boxing gloves, maybe some guns.
Water guns, hopefully. Going into the last race, it is going to be tricky. Obviously, everyone will be reset on fresh tyres, but why do you think the chances of the Kart Republic and the LOR team are? Do you think you've got the pace to win?
Yeah, I think Aaron's got the pace and me too, but I'm just a bit back. So I'll see what I can do, maybe just sit back a bit and then like slingshot my way forward.
It was great entertainment for us, so we enjoyed it. Well done, Dylan.
Thank you.
Always a very exciting battle. We always know it's going to be in Senior X30, so I don't know why we feel we're ever going to be disappointed. Don't worry, you almost got run over. You just about avoided it. So that'll do for the moment as we get ourselves into the action for the finals. We'll take a pause, we'll take a breather, grab yourself a quick cold one, and then grab a decent seat. You'll only need the edge of it because the Senior, Master, Junior, and Cadet X30 finals are coming up. There's not only silverware on the line, there could be a little bit of destiny too.